Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory Invitational Series here as we kick off the playoffs for the Challenger Series in summer of the Split 2. This is going to be absolutely intense, everybody. We have 8 of the top Challenger teams, and boy, has the competition really intensified here. And we're going to be getting into the action with a lot of games to be streamed tonight. There's actually quite a few games that are going to be happening here today, over like 6 series total as we get underway day 1 of the playoffs. Joining me today, though, it is Denominate and Tasty Bacon, my two compadres, as we look to jump into all the action. And Tasty, this has been, another exciting Challenger series. The summer really has been impressive. But again, Split 2, a lot of surprising upsets, a lot of surprising results as we look to get into the final playoff run.
Yeah, it's been definitely an intriguing weeks of games, as some of these teams that we expected to make deep runs getting knocked out early. Some teams that we expected to be knocked early end up making some deep runs. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and it's just starting to really heat up now as we start the playoffs for this split.
Yeah, and it is. So let's talk about our first series today. Let's talk about the bracket we have. So, not surprising, Echo Fox really performing well so far, sticking in their #1 seed, not really getting contested too much, and able to survive a very tumultuous, a group stage and making it here to playoffs. They are #1 seed going up against the 5th seed Vision Gaming. This is definitely a matchup that I think one could have predicted, right? These are, the top seeds in their bracket looking to make their run on this side of the bracket. And Echo Fox playing really well the entire Challenger split here. What are some of the key things that you take away as far as these players? They did pick up an ad. I think was a very strong player as Selena Gomez to their lineup.
Yeah, Selena has really come into this lineup and been a strong addition for them, being able to kind of fill in the shoes of that were left, and has definitely, the team has looked a lot more cohesive.
Really
They've looked a lot stronger through this Challenger run than they did during their Vainglory 8 run, where they weren't really able to make things work until the very last week was when they finally started to put up some points, but they fell short. However, they're going to be up against an extremely strong roster here in Vision Gaming. All of these players, with the exception of Shaded Talent, I believe, have all been in Vainglory 8. They've all been at the top previously and are looking to obviously eventually earn their way back in. But for this season, it's all about trying to make it to the Challenger Cup.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. Just quickly skimming over some of the other games happening today. Of course, we will be streaming the Ardent versus Nova Challengers. That's going to be a really exciting matchup. And then later on tonight, actually happening in parallel to this matchup right now, will be Tilt Rehab versus Intensity. Tilt Rehab, the lowest seeded team to make it this far, a huge underdog, knocking off a lot of really high seeded opponents to get to this point. We're going to be updating you guys on those results. And then Tribe Gaming versus, I think it's Astrum. Now, Tribe, unfortunately had one bad series where they struggled, but otherwise a very strong look so far. But they will be coming up through the elimination round, which is kind of a tough spot to be in, all things considering. But that's because Ardent had, of course, claimed that spot from them.
Yeah, it was definitely a situation where they wanted to obviously make it through the winners bracket, but if you fall down at any point, you do have that chance to make it back through the elimination bracket. They've gotten themselves into the playoffs. We've seen teams make very deep runs from the elimination bracket. And so just because you get knocked down early does not necessarily mean that you are going to be eliminated, for sure. You can make these runs, and you can still put up a strong showing.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about the matchup right in front of us, everybody. Echo Fox versus, oops, that's a little bit of a quick, let's jump to this. This is the right graphic. Echo Fox versus Vision Gaming GG. We've really seen these two rosters perform well. These guys both excelling, some changes to the roster, some addition. Of course, we saw Sibs, we saw Top, we saw Shaded Talent. They made onto this roster. Definitely some really strong play that we saw from them. But then Echo Fox, adding Selena Gomez, they've really impressed as well. This could be one of the most intense matchups we actually stream tonight, just because of how well these two teams have played.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, like I said earlier, there's so much talent between these two rosters. Both of them are absolutely stacked, and you never know who's going to go off on any given day and just become this massive carry for the team. It could be any one of these 6 players just having a phenomenal game and helping to carry their team to victory.
Well, one of those 6 players, which will be our player to watch here, is Selena Gomez. He's come onto the roster for Echo Fox. He's made a huge difference, and he's really been able to help this roster, who I think really just, coming out of challenge battles, it's not that they looked awful. They just had some weak spots that they needed to work on. And I really like that, the additions that Echo Fox has made, the changes. They've really wanted to look at bolstering this roster piece by piece. And Selena Gomez has a strong competitive history where he's really not been on a starting roster lineup for some time. So, yeah, and actually, looking at, and he will be starting today. I was just double checking. Looks like kind of a little bit of a name change. It will be going by Selena here. We are on the tournament 2.6 servers, just so you guys know, everybody. We're not on 2.7, but I just wanted to let you guys know that, as we get into this matchup, this is the final, ring in this season here, and of course will be completed on the last update. I think we're ready to start the draft, though, so let's get into it, Tasty, as these teams are both ready to go.
Yeah, I actually don't see the draft lobby.
Oh, you got to get into Viscaster, that's why.
Right, I'm on the wrong account for this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me know if you need me to shoot you over that info, and then we'll get in.
Got it. I just have to. I'm used to signing into a different account for the third-party draft client that is used.
The double ban. That's right. Oh, and that's another thing I probably should mention real quickly. Some of the format changes as we get into this draft. One, as we move to playoffs, it's double ban draft. So we are getting to that point where the competition gets more fierce. It's more important to ensure that these teams have the best chance to implement strong strategies and win the game. Second of all, it is still double elimination. Teams moving up to the elimination round, best of 3 until we get to the grand finals. That will be best of 5. And the last thing worth mentioning is what's biggest change is there will not be 3 teams qualifying for challengers battles. There's no challenge battles, everybody. It instead is one team per North America qualifying for the first ever Challenger Championship Regional Cup. This is going to be where this team who qualifies will actually be flown to the location of the live championships happening here, the regional live championships, and they will actually face off against the #1 seeded Challenger team from Europe. And this has never happened before, Tasty. This is going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely thrilling to see which of these teams is going to get that honor, and then how they're going to stack up. There's always the Europe versus NA argument going on, and now we get to add another layer to that at the Unified Live.
The draft begins.
Well, it's draft starting. Let's get right into it, guys. Echo Fox versus Vision Gaming, and look like Grace Band coming right off the table. Lyra as well. These double healers, we see them banned all too often.
Very common bans for both teams to be making. Not really surprised. The Catherine is going to be picked up here. Still a strong pick on 2.6. Expect it to be even more popular in 2.7. But as Dragonborn mentioned, we are going to be on 2.6 for the duration of this season. And the Challengers will round out on 2.6, and the Vainglory 8 this weekend will also be on 2.6. Batiste going to be taken quickly there by the side of Vision Gaming, making sure that the Catherine Batiste combo does not go over.
Yeah, that's a combo that's very, very strong. Plus, Catherine has become this very strong pick, period. So, it's a very flexible, strong support pick that you could just, pull a lot of compositions into it. And Baptiste on his own has actually been really good, too. So, splitting those is smart. Plus, it's both really good picks on their own. The Glaive ban, we've seen a lot of Glaive and actually even flex into the lane occur. So looks like Vision Gaming, a little bit of respect there to not let that go through. Idris is the next one coming out. Vox is still on the table, Tasty. We've really seen Vox as almost a priority when it comes to laning.
I'm actually very surprised about the Idris ban because they're leaving the Baron open. And typically, if you're going to take a Baron, the hardest counter to a Baron is going to be that Idris. You usually want to take that off the board. So Vision Gaming, they have a chance to grab that Baron here, knowing that Idris is already gone. Obviously, Catherine can do pretty well into a Baron as well, but they're going to take the Kestrel. This is kind of dangerous because now Baron could be a potential pick for the side of Echo Fox.
Yeah, and actually, this is likely Echo Fox maybe saying, hey, we know you don't play Baron, and so we're going to put you in a spot where, you know, you're not particularly set to go. So with that, Vox is going to be the next laner. I think that's a good laner, especially if you're Echo and you're saying, all right, they didn't go for the Baron bait. They could still pick Baron here. They could go Crystal Kestrel in the jungle.
They could look for it, but with the Vox and Celeste, because there's Catherine and Celeste, I don't think they go for it, because if the core collapse comes down right where you land with the jump jets, it just completely ruins everything. Celeste can actually do quite well into Baron just because of the range and having that stun. So Black Feather will be the choice here to try and ignore those stuns and get onto the back line safely and cleanly. It'll be interesting to see if it's going to be a weapon or a crystal Black Feather, you know, which one is going to go lane, which one's going to go jungle between the Black Feather and the Kestrel.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that is the draft, guys. Pretty exciting compositions here between both these two teams. I like what Vision Gaming can do with this draft, but looking at Echo Fox's composition, the Vox really scales well throughout the game, and the amount of crowd control that we see, also the double silence, that's going to be pretty hard to deal with, right, Tasty?
Oh, for sure. It's definitely a situation where if they both get chained, you can prevent your opponents from being able to act for so long.
It could be really devastating. Now, everybody, just so you guys know, we do have Denominate here. He is going to be casting, but he is trying to get his Discord issues resolved. So we're gonna get the game started. I'll be here casting alongside until he can get his audio issues fixed. But once he does, he'll be jumping in and taking over those duties from me. Hopefully sooner than later. We can hope, right? But with that, though, I mean, I have heard there's some issues with Discord updating, not letting people install it. So if you've got those issues, you're not alone. Our Denominate guy, he's got that as well. So hopefully it all gets sorted out in the next few hours. All right. Well, with that, looks like we should be getting ready into this match a little bit. In a few minutes, Tasty. Just just take a look at those compositions when you break it all down. What's really going to be Vision Gaming's win condition here? How are they going to get back into this game? Because you see the Celeste. So oftentimes, if the Celeste Catherine starts to snowball in the jungle, it's so hard to come back from that.
Yeah, it's very difficult to come from behind if it is a Celeste that's getting that lead. She plays extremely well when she gains an advantage. It's such a strong late game pick. And Echo Fox with Irwin going to be playing this in the jungle. You know, he's a player that can take these CP mages into the jungle and perform extremely well with them.
Yeah, we've seen him do it. Scarf play coming out. Actually, a lot of Scarf playing. He's very competent with these mages, so it could be definitely something to keep an eye on. Plus, Selena Gomez in the lane with the Vox. It's one of his signature heroes. So giving a lot of comfort picks to this team, to Echo Fox, a little risky for Vision. We'll see how it all plays out as we jump into the game right now. And, you know, Tasty... this early game is pretty important. We see, you know, when you've got Kestrel, Blackfeather, Baptiste, I do like Rome Baptiste a lot. It's something that's really starting to become more popular because of its ability to redirect fights, but you really can't get behind a lot. And Kestrel, this is a weapon Kestrel, not a crystal Kestrel, so, you know, getting behind and getting caught out a lot is going to be a real problem.
Yeah, it can definitely cause issues if it happens, but, you know, right now, if they're going to be running with this weapon Kestrel, it's a little bit easier to escape getting caught as a weapon Kestrel because you can activate your active camo much quicker after taking damage. We're going to see everyone both captains kind of moving up into the lane, which allows the junglers to just sort of have a clean run through their first jungle clear. Obviously, Shaded Talent now rotating down just to help with the clear speed a little bit for Chicken. Maybe they want to go for that Elder Treant, or the Ancient Treant in the middle of the map, but without spotting Irwin here, Irwin is up in the lane now, and Sibs has to play extremely careful.
All right, I think we got Denominate back here on the audio channel, so Day, welcome back. I'm going to hand it over to you as Tasty take this game over.
Well, hopefully Denominate will be back. I don't know if he actually is just yet. But
yeah, it looks like not. Yeah, he's got muted. So you know what? I will, for the time being, then step in continuously until he chimes in and interrupts me. Hopefully. All right, so yeah, so
times in to interrupt.
oh, there we go. All right, Dave, welcome back. Well,
web browser version, but I got it.
All right. Oh, a little skirmish down at the bottom, guys. So I'm gonna kick it over to you, Tasty. It looks like Blackfeather tried to be a little cheeky, stealing some of those backs.
Yeah, Chicken tried to steal away some of the camps, so he's going to be in a lot of trouble now. Core Collapse is going to come out and finish off his life for first blood. Now, Shaded Talent has to use the Ordained to make sure he can put a little bit of distance between himself and Echo Fox, as he is now running his way through, trying to slow them up, trying to keep them from being able to steal away too much of this jungle, but he's not going to be able to do so. It is going to be the Treant getting taken by Irwin, and now they're going to work on this Ancient Treant as well. So a nice early start here now for Echo Fox.
Yeah, Echo Fox has been a team that's been looking good throughout VIS so far. Irwin doing a great job on this Celeste a couple times now. Definitely going to be excited to see him go through. And as Celeste gets to that level 8 mark, that's where she's really going to start to take off, specifically against Sibs on this Kestrel. That range is absolutely huge when Kestrel is going into another poke-heavy target.
Yeah, the range advantage that can come out from a level 8 Celeste is pretty game-changing. You can take a game that's like very, very even and then turn it into a massive advantage for yourselves as long as you're able to play around that power spike effectively. Chicken, once again, is trying to steal away some camps. Not going to be finding anything as they had just been cleared out. And so Vision Gaming, they're going to be behind by a little bit here as the farm game, and if you just look at the CS numbers, Irwin 22 to Chicken's 15. Add on to that the first blood bonus and the Ancient Treants that have been able to come out, and that's where that 1,000 gold lead that's already been built up is coming from.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good so far for Echo Fox. You know, we talked about the Celeste being a late game hero. Already getting ahead is huge for them now. Kestrel also has a lot of potential to deal a lot of damage as the game goes on. Will very likely go into like a Sorrow Blade, Tension Bow, Monocle, Tornado Trigger build, very similar to a Baron. But Slada on this Catherine has a lot of potential to really get in Sib's face and reflect a lot of damage back, but it looks like we might have a little bit of fight here in the jungle, Tasty.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be skirmishing. There's going to be some damage getting traded, but not really enough of these skill shots are going to connect and to warrant either of these teams sticking around and looking for a kill. So I'm just going to be backing off, sticking to their farming. A couple of first items getting picked up here. You have fountains on both captains now. Selena did just finish up the poison shiv as well. So that's going to be that first item completed for Vox. Meanwhile, Sibs rotating down into the jungle shop in order to finish off the Sorrow Blade.
Yeah, and that's the first real big spike here for this Kestrel, especially now that he has 3 points into those Glimmer shots. That's where the Kestrel really starts to ramp up now because you get the additional weapon power on those Glimmers. Obviously, as we get to level 5, I think it ramps up to 130%, so that's when they're really going to be hitting like a truck. And again, that's going to be all about Slada getting in the front. Looks like we might have a little bit of an engage here from Vision.
Vision looking for some damage, but Core Collapse onto Shaded Talent is going to prevent them from trying to go too aggressive. And that's going to be a tough spot for the side of Vision. If they can't find these aggressive moves, Irwin's going to be more than happy to just continuously farm up. I'm a bit surprised at Irwin's itemization, though, opting to go for the Eve of Harvest as his first item to dominate.
Yeah, that's a little interesting to me, specifically because of the squishiness of Sibs on this Kestrel. He could have gone into a Frostburn or a Shatterglass first just to delete them, but oh, here's another bit of a fight here in the jungle.
And they're just constantly skirmishing down in the jungle, but nothing is really coming from these skirmishes. It's constantly one of these two teams looking for a steal and just happening to get there as the camps have gotten cleared out. Sibs, though, Sibs is going to get stunned up in the lane. Nice Core Collapse will take him down. He was doing some good work to Selena, so Selena was just baiting him in as his team was rotating up to the lane.
Yep, and now we got this wave pushing in. Celeste is making pretty good work of this turret for being 6 minutes in. Chicken trying to get some damage down. Not quite enough yet. Just not enough damage in this Blackfeather build yet.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to clear out these waves without Sibs being here. And so you see that turret taking a little over half of its HP already. Now it's for Vision Gaming. They're starting to play off the back foot. They're being much more reactive whereas Echo Fox is the team that's being proactive and looking to make plays happen. Able to punish their opponents, able to just get enough damage to force them to have to either recall or rotate away from the objective that Echo Fox is looking to take. As with the second item completed now for Slata, see if Shaded Talent is going to be able to match, not quite having enough gold to finish off the Crucible. However, Chicken did just get his Shatter Glass, so that's, itemization-wise, is fairly far behind Irwin, who had that Eve of Harvest quite some time ago. Now Vision's trying to rotate around behind Echo Fox, but they're just eating so much damage as they try and make their way up through Mustache Brush. And Echo Fox, they're just going to keep on moving forward. Big blast trigger for the silence. Huge double stun. Solar Storm will take them out. And now it's just Chicken left. Chicken will find one. I think that's all he's going to be able to find, though, as Selena and Slata going to be perhaps looking to take the turret. Never mind, they want the kill. They get the ace. And with the ace buff minions, they're going to go ahead and take this first turret down as well.
Yeah, first turret here, 8 minutes into the game, going on over to Echo Fox, as well as a 5-1 lead here and about a 4,000 gold lead in their pocket as well. What I really like about their composition here is they have the Celeste for the poke, and Chicken can get some return poke, but if you're really trying to outpoke a Celeste, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to work out well for you. So what Chicken has to do is he really has to get a poke down, dive to that back line. But Vox really handles well into Blackfeather in the late game, so that's going to make it really difficult here for Chicken to really make a comeback. It's hard to play that Blackfeather from behind.
Yeah, it can be a nightmare. Right now, they're taking a lot of damage onto Sibs, and that was mostly just Slata able to dish out quite a bit from this captain role. Irwin eats a little bit of poke, courtesy of Chicken. And this is where you said the poke battle going on. Chicken has to play this so carefully because of those Helios that are getting dropped. Has avoided almost all of the damage thus far and has been able to get a couple of on points to connect, but once one Supernova connects, Chicken just loses so much of his health and they kind of have to back off. Slata still playing with an aggressive position. Looks like they may want to go for a play, a big flash tower, but where's the rest of the team? No one's here to follow up. And then all of a sudden, this is looking like a bit of a mistake. Shaded Talent with a poor fearsome shade there, but it is going to be Echo Fox chasing down the first kill onto Chicken. Sibs trying to trade with Irwin, but the Helios are going to take him down too quickly. That's another ace for Echo Fox as they also cleaned up Shaded Talent.
Yeah, an 8-1 lead now in their pockets, and Selena obviously going to push down this turret probably pretty easily with the size of this minion wave. It looks like Chicken is going to be rushing out here to try to get here. But again, I mean, that ace wave is absolutely huge, and here Chicken goes.
Chicken's fighting, but he's in this wave of ace buff minions, and that's not going to be a great situation. He got a lot of damage down, got the kill, but just traded himself for it. That doesn't really gain you much of anything. You should really, Chicken should have just waited. The turret was going to explode. There was no way he was going to stop the turret from going down. Let the turret explode, and then just clean up all of those ace buff minions with a single on point. Instead, ends up trading his life with Selena. And while all that was going on, Echo Fox, they went ahead and took the gold miner as well. So their gold lead is really starting to balloon quickly.
Yeah, and realistically, in a 1-for-1 trade, I do kind of got to give the edge to Chicken there. Selena was 4-0, so a bit more of a bounty going in their pockets. Now, it does take away that opportunity for, obviously, for Vision to rotate as a team if they were to clean up the kill safely. But, you know, again, any gold really in Blackfeather's pocket right now is incredibly needed. But, man, Selena, Tension Bow, Poison Shift, Breaking Point already complete, and here we go, Bacon.
That's another engagement happening. Blast Tremor is going to come out, gets blocked. Will it matter, though? On the back lines, Irwin is just getting melted. He is taken out entirely. Selena still trying to dance around, has a lot of damage, has a lot of those breaking point stacks, finds two, make that a triple. Selena untouched through the early stages of that fight because they focused down Irwin, but he is able to get those breaking point stacks and clean house.
Yeah, this Vox build so cheap, comes online so early, ramps up and fights so quick, and has all sorts of sustain built into it. That's what we've seen come out of Selena here. Ramped up so quick, fighting Shaded Talent in that 1v1. Irwin does drop, but man, when you pick up an ace for 1 kill and a turret nonetheless, That's always worth in my book, Bacon.
Oh, absolutely going to be worth. And now, Slata, is he going to get caught out here? He's taking a fair bit of damage. Chicken trying to chase through. One shot will connect. And this could just be back off for Echovox, but Selena, he's feeling confident. He wants some of this. He's going to find one with Irwin. Still chasing down Shaded Talent, taking very low. Sentry's going to get involved now. Big Blast Tremor will silence them. There's going to be Solar Storm not quite finding the kill. Selena still dancing with the Sentry, will take that down. It ends up being just a kill and a Sentry, but that was a situation where Vision Gaming were the ones that were being the aggressors.
They were, and that fight could have went in their favor, but again, this Vox build being already online is so scary for Vision. Look at the damage he does to Chicken, and that is a free kill going on over to Selena, who already has the Aegis complete, and now Echo Fox is just looking to clean up this gold mine, and they're going to get an uncontested, decent gold payout, 191, extending this lead, and now Selena even has the Metal Jacket complete. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Vision to really make a comeback with this Vox being so far ahead right now.
Yeah, Selena is currently a little under 400 gold. Make that 300 gold now away from being full build and having nothing to buy but infusions at the 13-minute mark.
Well, and just look at the difference in Sib's build right now. I mean, we have 5 tier 3 items completed for Selena, and Sib's just now completed his 3rd. That's a substantial amount of gold just on the laner that we have an advantage in this 9-kill lead that Selena has right now.
And they're going to be looking to just... I feel they have to just look to push and find fights and try and end this game. Slade's going to take a lot of poke here from Sibs. Is it going to be enough for them to try and find a fight? Sibs is healing up as he takes these minions out, so they need to look for it soon if they're going to. Sibs gets hit there. The nice stun is going to keep Slata at bay. However, the team is still here, still looking for a fight. Big Blast Tremor will silence too, and Selena is just going to town on the back lines. Irwin bursts through Chicken, but he's still alive somehow. Just kidding. He has just gone down along with the rest of his team. That's another ace. The Sentry eliminated for good measure, but this should very well be the game.
This should, with the Celeste here, they're going to blow through these turrets, and it's going to be game number 1 going on over to Echo Fox. There's nothing Sibs can come out here and do, even if he wants to. So a 17-3 lead, and man, let me tell you, Selena got ahead so early on in that game that it was really just a landslide. If you want to win against that Vox, you have to take an advantage early, and unfortunately Vision just wasn't able to do so.
Like I said, to be just about full build at the 13-minute mark is absolutely insane. That is a massive lead that Selena was able to build up in the lane. Irwin had a huge lead in the jungle as well, and there really wasn't much that Vision Gaming was able to do, and Echo Fox just kind of dominated the side of Vision Gaming in game 1.
Yeah, and I kind of have to question the double Shatter Glass on this Black Feather from Chicken. Yes, it does a lot of poke damage, but as soon as Selena had that Aegis complete, there's no Pierce on this build, so it was a lot of damage negated with just one shield item.
Yeah, this was a rough matchup, and Chicken actually on the Black Feather, I think overall struggled a lot to get the, just focusing on poke. Instead, going into fights a lot of times, getting caught out. This is where the Black Feather, especially when you're going full Shatter Glass, is not going to be as successful. Very challenging. Poke heroes require a little bit of finesse, and you've got double poke here and a Baptiste. Positioning, you could probably have made some things happen, but the range on Irwin, once he got to that level 8, it just becomes really hard to even engage on him before he'll find you. And overall, I think Echo Fox just played a full, complete game here, and really, really, really impressive, actually. So congratulations to them as taking up 1-0 as we move into game number 2. And of course, we're going to get into the draft in just a few seconds here. And we talked about the Catherine with the Celeste in the jungle. You may not think of this as like a powerful snowball-y comp because Celeste typically is late game, but it has so much crowd control right off the bat. Level 2, you've got 2 stuns to contend with. It's really like, it's like monstrous to have to, go and deal with that denominator, the back and forth. So, obviously, I think the Black Feather pick it wasn't that it was a bad pick. It just wasn't played to its win condition by being, kind of a distant poke hero, and then once the game got into the mid-late game, it was just too hard to poke.
Yeah, and realistically, the Black Feathers should have been able to get ahead against the Celeste in the early game. It just didn't quite make it. That is a little bit of a downfall. And again, Catherine's so strong right now. Blocking multiple blast tremors gets very, very difficult as the game goes on.
Yes, indeed.
We see a couple there at the end. And then obviously, not only did we have the blast tremor silence, a couple times in those fights, Selena was actually able to land multiple silences with the wait for it as well, which really just kept the snowball going, made it so simple for Echo Fox to find fights and really push such a huge advantage.
It did. So going into the draft here, I think leaving Baron up was like, I think how they got forced into that position, but like it really altered the draft. And then not taking Vox when you could have, giving that over to Selena. A lot of problematic areas for comfort that you saw going over to the side of Echo Fox, but overall their entire team composition was really strong. We're getting into the draft though for game number 2. So let's jump right in here, Denomine. As Vision Gaming first ban, they're gonna ban the Lyra.
The Lyra does come off the table. We'll almost certainly see either a Grace or a Baron ban. Actually, it's going to be a Catherine. So Grace and Baron both make it through. There's some really good opportunity here. There's the Grace. If the Baron doesn't get picked here...
You have to take the Baron here.
You have to be careful, though, because the Idris is still on the table and the Grace is obviously picked. So I think you don't give over the Baron to the side of Vision, but you definitely have to either consider picking it and building a comp around protecting Baron from the clear Idris pick that'll come out if you don't ban it.
Yeah,
or you can just pick up the Baron, ban the Idris. You still have to worry about the Grace. Grace handles pretty well into Baron because she can negate a lot of his burst potential, as well as obviously heal up the damage that does come through. They do go with the Kestrel, though. I think you have to ban away the Baron here, and they ban away the Idris, and this is scary to me for the side of Echo, because if Sibs does go for this Baron route and is able to find a good clean jump jets onto this Kestrel, it's almost certainly going to be a dead Kestrel every time.
Yeah, and I honestly though,
or the Kestrel could be flexed to the jungle. We could see a CP Kestrel here with a weapon Baron in the lane. That would be something we could potentially see too.
They end up not going for it though, so this gives the Baron back over. I mean, it's interesting to see. We've seen these games. Baron in competitive play, when it gets to late game, is just so unstoppable. But teams seem to feel like they don't need it or it's risky. I don't see the risk because just the win rate speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's definitely got a pretty substantial win rate. Again, the Grace to me kind of does stray you away from the Baron a little bit. Now, obviously, if you do take a lead with Baron, the Grace is pretty minuscule in comparison. So they do go with a Glaive and a Koshka. So this is a very, very heavy engaged composition here. Now, this does make it very dangerous for a Baron to be picked. Because this is something that we've seen Hammers run into a Baron in the most recent times. And, you know, the Glaive Koshka is super deadly. I love the Rhyme pickup here, though.
Yeah, so Rhyme into this really bruising melee composition is so perfect. And you gotta watch out for the stuns, there's a lot of them, but as long as you build that reflex block early, Rhyme early is gonna be able to contend with some of that and just position around that Grace a little bit. Late game, obviously the Ardent's gonna have to pick Crucible. I actually expect to see maybe even a double Crucible here, because you really just wanna block that CC. If you block the CC, I think it's an easy win for Echo Fox. This is not a hard win condition.
It's definitely not a hard win condition for them. This is a really good draft that both teams have put together. I do love this Rhyme Ardent combination, particularly into in here, and I actually seem to have lost you guys.
Well, we haven't started yet, so don't worry. Let me get you re-invited here back into the chat real quick.
But yeah, this composition that Echo Fox has is particularly good into a triple melee composition. So obviously the Kestrel can lead them into a active camo stun, potentially a team-wide stun if played just correctly. And again, just this Rhyme and Ardent going into a Koshka Glaive, there is so much potential here for this Rhyme. And they realistically don't even have to play like, you know, a godly Rhyme either. Rhyme just is very easy into all of these heroes. The one I would say the biggest risk is probably the Grace. If you get stunned up by the Holy Nova and chain stunned by a Yummy Catnip Frenzy and an Afterburn, that's going to be the biggest threat for the Rhyme, but that's going to require taking the Kestrel out of the picture first.
All right, you should have been getting the invite. Let me know.
Let me restart then.
Yeah, we'll get that kicked back over to you in just a second. Once we have you back in, we should be good.
I don't know what happened. My screen went black, and then I was at the home page, not in a party, so.
Right. Oh, it happens.
All right, here we go. Let's see here. There we go.
And
there
then,
it is.
Yep, there we go. So should be ready to get started and get this game underway. But I agree with you. Like, you know, it's so risky when you go with that double melee, plus the support as well. Like, you got your whole line is a front line, and it's great if you're going into something squishy and you could get to the back line. But looking at this composition, Kestrel's the only weak spot as far as health, and I think the Ardent Rhyme front line is going to be absolutely fine at dealing with it.
It should be, and again, even if they do engage heavily onto Selena, obviously going into that weapon power lane build, going to be able to drop the active camo, back off, get a couple stuns down, and that's going to really help Rhyme be able to excel.
Absolutely. Well, we're jumping into the match. I'm going to kick it over to you, Denominate and Tasty Bacon, to take us away and get into all the action here in the fold.
All right, thank you very much, Dragonborn. Game number 2, Vision Gaming, gonna have to step up in a big way if they want to push us to a game 3, because Echo Fox showcased why they are the #1 seed in that first game of this series. And with Selena on this Kestrel, we'll see if he can have a similar performance as he did on the VIS.
Yeah, and Selena's definitely a hero that can do that. He has a couple heroes particularly that he has a very high skill cap on. The Kestrel is one that he was known for a long time. Obviously playing with Hyde in the past, that was one of the huge flex picks for their team, was that they could either run it in the jungle as that Crystal Kestrel or flex it into the lane almost seamlessly. So it's definitely going to be exciting here, but Chicken coming in should be able to win this engage pretty easily. And that is a dead archer there.
Yeah, that definitely going to be a dead Kestrel as the first blood comes through. They're looking for more. Irwin is going to go solo, gets the Vanguard. Will that be enough to get him out of here? It looks like it will be, but Slata can't say the same about him. However, Selena's gotten back here, but doesn't have enough damage to try and find a kill. And with the jungle just respawning, Vision Gaming are going to get so much off of this movement.
Yeah, and this is really good for them, particularly with the loss they already picked up last game. So obviously you want to see this Grace and Koshka be aggressive. That's really the win condition for Vision here, is you have to get ahead, you have to get your invades in, get Koshka to level 6. But man, here we go, Selena taking a lot of damage.
Selena getting dropped very low, but so is Shaded Talent. Selena's going to be okay, so is Shaded. However, now they're going into the jungle. Irwin, it was there. Chicken is going to be the now target. However, with Sivs rotating down, are they going to be able to answer? They get the kill onto Chicken. Shaded Talent can use the Benediction to get himself out of harm's way by angering the Ancient Treant. Now Echo Fox, they're looking like they want to maybe just take this Treant, but they have to be careful with Sibs and Shaded here. It's going to be a fight. It does go over to the side of Echo Fox. Now Shaded Talent going to have to run away. Does confirm one of those jungle monsters, but Slata afterburned in. Chicken has respawned and returned to the fight. Irwin's trying to find himself a kill. He's got 2 low targets, but just can't quite get the damage down. Has no energy and is going to be in trouble with Chicken here. Selena thinking about going in, but bided his time and is going to end up being a little bit too late. Instead, should just be able to steal away some of the jungle, but an incredibly hectic first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, and Chicken is doing a good job when going into the Rhyme, demonstrating really Koshka's advantage into a Rhyme in the early game is just the sheer amount of speed that she has. So obviously with the Blood Rush, her heroic perk, when she lands an ability onto an enemy target, she gets that big burst of speed, and she can really dance around the Winter Spires at that point. Looks like there might be a little bit of a skirmish here. Irwin finding some good damage.
Irwin definitely able to find a lot of damage that Chicken is going to be trying to get away from. Has the movement speed in order to do so. That's the one difficulty for Irwin, is being able to keep up with this Koshka as a Rhyme. And that's going to be Chicken able to get the tree and get out to safety. Now with Sibs and Shaded Talent here, They may look to re-engage. Sibs does not have the energy for an afterburn, however, so they're relying on the slows from Shaded Talent. That's going to be a nice Holy Nova stun onto Slata, which should allow them to find a kill here. So 5-1 at the 4-minute mark for the side of Vision Gaming, but they don't have a gold lead. It's been all kills, but no objectives.
And, you know, again, they're trying to really get an advantage in the gold as Koshka. They don't have a really good sieging comp, and when they are finding kills, they're finding one kill here and there. They're not able to really find enough that they can then rotate up to lane and pick up the turret. It's too early for a Glaive and Koshka to really get enough damage down. So that's something that as Vision gets going here, as Koshka gets an aftershock, hopefully they will start to capitalize a little bit more on the objectives. But it looks like Sibs might be thinking about recalling after maybe this next wave, clean it up and try to perhaps work into a Sorrow Blade as soon as possible. Tier 2 boots already for Irwin though, and he's really trying to get an opportunity where when he gets Koshka low, he'll be able to catch up and get some additional damage down, maybe pick up a kill, and they need it right now. They want to make this Koshka struggle going into the run.
And that's their hopes, and it's going to be a nice afterburn onto Irwin, though. If you can burst him down before he gets that fortified health rolling, you can find some kills. Selena trying to get those glimmer shots, trying to get as much damage down. Going to land a nice stun on the Chicken, but they don't have the follow-up. He's going to be able to get away. And meanwhile, it is going to be Slata chasing down Sibs. Finally finds that kill, so it is a kill on the board for Echo Fox as a result of that fight. But again, what's going to come from this? They are going to get some time in the lane to push this up and make the turret take a few, but Selena is going to get jumped on while trying to get back to his own turret. Just kidding about those minions going to the turret, as they will get body blocked now and kept in the middle of the lane. Excellent heads-up play by Vision Gaming to make that happen.
Yeah, and this is a roster that really has the talent to go places if they're able to pick up a win here over Fox. Chicken is doing a pretty good job with his invades on this Koshka. Again, it is a very early game-based composition that they have, and they're doing a good job with it. Unfortunately, this wave was a little too pushed for them to take anything off of it. A good kill going on to Selena, the Aftershock, making short work of this Kestrel. Rhyme, though, is starting to get into that Shatterglass. He's going to be able to build up a lot of fortified health, and it's going to be a lot more difficult from Chicken from here on out to really get a lot of damage down on Irwin, because the reason you go the Shatterglass first... Oh, hold on here, Bacon.
Oh, big fight going to be happening now as they take down Selena. All three members just congregating onto this Kestrel, and they have been really punishing Selena for this, playing this Kestrel. Very squishy hero, doesn't have really any escapes. They're going to be working on this turret. Chicken is going to go down very low. He's going to fall to the turret. Is this turret going to even go down now? Without the minions here, they don't have the damage to work through this barrier. Huge mistake from Vision as they try and force that turret down, end up losing two.
That was literally the definition of an overstay. This actually might even give potential for Fox to rotate down and take this gold mine. Shaded Talent minion candies the gold mine, forces Fox back. That is actually a really good play out of him. Gotta say, I'm pretty impressed. And now Chicken may be looking to find Selena here. Will he have the range, though? Nope, just a little bit shy.
What a hectic game. 7-5, and we're not even 8 minutes into this one to nominate. It has been so many kills. No turret has gone down just yet, although the turret on the side of Echo Fox is extremely close to falling. This wave should be able to take it down, unless Echo Fox has a massive defense. Big gauntlet, only going to get one stun. Shaded Talent just walks right on through and says, you know what, let's try and finish this turret. Still hasn't taken it down. Sibs eating a lot of damage from the glimmer shots. Chicken's going to get hit by that one shot. That will reveal and allow Irwin to get in. Nice root and a kill. Excellent combo from Echo Fox. Able to solidify that kill, and now they can be the ones to put pressure on the turret. And they're going to be looking to do just that. Selena will get knocked in thanks to Sibs, but another big root, a big Valkyrie as well. Irwin is finding the damage on this Rhyme. They don't quite take the turret. Both of these turrets are on a sliver of health.
Fox, by all means, should have taken that turret. They stopped and focused Shaded Talent trying to find a kill. That could have been 900 gold. Selena is going to find it with a Glimmer Shot, and Sibs is going to pay with his life. Tasty. These overstays are pretty interesting right now.
Both sides overstaying. However, Echo Fox, oh my goodness, they get 2 more kills now. Chasing down Shaded Talent, they should be able to get a 3rd. But Shaded Talent has the benediction, jumps to the minions. Smart play to put some distance between him and the opponents. Turret goes down in favor of Echo Fox. They're going to take this gold mine as well. All of a sudden, this game that was dead on even for the first 8 minutes has now grown into a we'll call it a 3K gold lead in favor of the side of Echo Fox.
Yeah, and again, Echo Fox, as this game goes on, is just going to have an easier and easier time. And that's something we really saw in that last fight. Not only were they just playing really well together, turret does go down in the lane finally for Vision. Particularly, Vision has to, if they're going to commit to a fight, they have to fight as a team. In that last engagement, we've seen them go in really one at a time, and that's not the way you're going to win against this Rhyme and Ardent and Kestrel. So looks like we have Vision rotating up though here, Bacon. Fox maybe trying to get an active camo down.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to set up, but they're going to be rotating actually pretty far away, so now it's no longer going to be an option. They're instead just trying to get to that shop. Infusion picked up for Selena. That could be a sign that they really want to try and find a fight. It's going to be a matter of can they get the engage that they want, or the counter engage is more likely. It's going to be Chicken jumping in. The afterburn used by Sibs is going to punt Selena away from the rest of the team. Gauntlet, however, is going to keep him safe. And just like that, it is a disengage for the side of Echo Fox. But now they may want to go back in as that one-shot connected. Sibs and Shaded Talent are both low. It's going to be 1 kill. They chase down onto Sibs, uses afterburn defensively, but it doesn't matter. The damage kicks him down and he falls. It's just Chicken left to try and defend this turret. Some low health targets, but a lot of fortified health for Irwin. It's going to keep him alive while Selena and Irwin can move up and work on this turret. Chicken, you have to be very careful. He tries to re-engage. What he's trying to do, he's just trying to distract them. Not going to be able to do so. Echo Fox taking another turret down.
Yeah, now Chicken looking like he might be able to find a kill on Slata here if he can get a couple aftershock procs off. Oh, it's going to be close.
He's so far away from having a Vanguard. That's going to be a kill. He eventually uses the reflex block to save himself. Oh, he gets away. Oh, my. The reflex block that used in the Crucible to save himself. Sibs will finally get that kill, but now Sibs is going to be in trouble. Divine Intervention will keep him alive, but that's just going to be temporary as Irwin can easily chase that one down. And Chicken wanted that kill so badly, and it ends up going all wrong.
He wanted a little too badly there, Bacon, and I got to question Sibs going in to find Slata. You can't trade away your carry for a captain. It's never going to be equal then, especially we've already got a pretty sizable gold differential for the side of Vision Gaming right now, especially with that gold mine going over about 5,000 here. Definitely contributing to a lot of these fights. Chicken looking to finish a broken myth when he shops, but he is going to have to get some defense if he wants to be able to engage on Selena. Those glimmer shots almost at 4 items are really going to start to hurt.
Yeah, those glimmer shots are already starting to hurt as we see when these fights do break out. But yeah, definitely they're going to be even more impactful the later we go into this one. Irwin has himself an infusion. Selena's is just about to time out. So I'd assume Echo Fox is going to try and wait until they can get down to the shop and top that infusion up before they look for a fight. But they can just make that rotation right now. That's exactly what they're doing. Contraption for Slata, so that's going to be some good vision control. Selena does not. Okay, there does get the infusion. Sibs goes in, but he's on his own and just getting melted through. Nice gauntlet will split the team. That's already the first kill. Chicken going to be in trouble as they chase down Shaded Talent on the other side. Selena takes care of Chicken. Irwin looking to try and finish off Shaded Talent. The rest of the team is going to make their way up as well. I don't think Shaded Talent's going to be able to get away from this one. Not once the slow comes out. It's an ace, and Echo Fox are now firmly in the driver's seat once again.
They are doing a great job in these fights. Sibs got absolutely deleted, and now we're going to be able to see all this siege coming out of Fox. Wow, the damage on that turret is absolutely insane, Bacon. And this build from Selena, it just...
Oh, Chicken! Absolutely deleted. Just walked onto the active camo trap and disappeared from the fold. I didn't realize that Koshka was a magician. That's going to now be the next turret getting sieged up. Even without minions there, they don't care. They take the turret down and are able to get a little bit more pressure onto this map. This is looking very much like it should be an Echo Fox 2-0 win.
It should. Again, this particular build on Kestrel is absolutely devastating. Obviously, we talked about the 130% weapon ratio on the Glimmer shots. So obviously they have enhanced damage, which makes the criticals that much larger. And the base damage from the tension bow actually does transfer onto those Glimmer shots as well. So not only are those Glimmer shots enhanced by damage, they also pierce the enemy. And we know how strong that is in this particular patch. And it looks like we might have potentially one final fight here for Fox.
And if they can get this ace, they will be able to close out the game. But that's Selena getting caught with the afterburn. He's going to go down very low. Is still somehow alive thanks to that active camo and puts down the trap and finds the stuns. All of a sudden, this has been turned right back around. They do get the kill into Selena, but Vision Gaming loses 2 in the process. And with just Shaded Talent being the lone survivor, this is going to be Echo Fox, Irwin, and Slata starting up this Kraken.
Yeah, Irwin does have to be a little bit careful here. He's running out of energy. Rhyme is very energy-driven, and with only the Eve, he really doesn't have a lot of sustain potential. And here Shaded Talent is getting a stun under the Kraken.
Shaded Talent going to try and make this steal. The Kraken is incredibly close to being captured. It's not going to be stolen, though, as Irwin was able to secure that. Slata isn't going to get the Kraken heal buff, but I don't think that's going to matter too much to the side of Echo Foxes. With everyone respawn now, they can just make a push with Kraken and try to end this game.
This very well could be the end of the game. If Fox makes a good push here, then this definitely could just be game 2 going on over to them, moving on to the next round. But we know how frequently we see teams just make mistakes when pushing with this Kraken, so they do still have to be careful.
They're going to have to play this cleanly, make sure they don't throw the game here. That's going to be a gauntlet, actually, I believe got canceled, but they're still finding the fight onto Sibs. Sibs was all alone in there. Selena is very low, is going to go down, but so is Shaded Talent. And with just Chicken remaining, Echo Fox, they just have to make sure he can't recall, and Kraken should be able to finish this one off, but they're going to find that kill for the ace regardless, and that's going to guarantee that this is the end of the game as Kraken takes the final turret and turns her attention to the crystal. There is nothing to stop Echo Fox from being able to take this victory, and they will do so in 2-0 fashion.
2-0 going on over to Fox, and let me tell you, in that last fight particularly, Sibs went in with the afterburn, found a huge burst of damage onto Selena. A beautiful route coming out of Irwin, though, with the chill winds, was able to allow Selena to reposition. They found a lot of damage onto Chicken and Sibs, and that's really what helped them close out the game. If Selena would have died there, Vision could have stayed in this one.
Whew. I mean, it started to get a little dicey there near the end, but you started to see the Rhyme composition, the front line, once Echo Fox was like on the same page. I think sometimes it getting caught out a little bit. You can find that kill. There's a lot of burst from Chicken and Sibs, but yeah, I mean, you know, if you didn't get the kill on the Kestrel right away, or if you get it onto it too late, the Rhyme and Ardent, that 1-2 pack, man. I mean, the Ardent is so good with Rhyme because when he vanguards Rhyme, that's slow, and all the enemies around him just keeps him so close to Rhyme, which is exactly what he wants. That would, yeah, very, very hard to deal with that and hard to get away, even if you're a Koshka. So, congratulations to Echo Fox. They win this game. They move on to the winner bracket semifinals. And actually, I think it's, well, no, it's the winners finals, as they will be playing one more series tomorrow to determine if they're going to make it to the grand final. So there's still a few more games to play, and they will be going on and playing tomorrow for that next series. And then, of course, we'll be jumping to our next series here today. We're staying in the winners quarterfinals as we look to jump to, it's Ardent Gaming versus versus Nova Challengers. So that's going to be a really exciting matchup coming up next. Echo Fox moving on. This is the roster, guys, to watch. These guys have been absolutely perfect so far. They have a few more hurdles to get through if they want to make it to that Challenger Cup for live finals. Some really good teams coming up, and two of those good teams, guys, it's Ardent and Nova. We're going to take a quick break, everybody. When we come back, we're going to get into more action, so don't go anywhere.
$14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for our second series. You guys are watching the VIS Challengers playoffs here in the Summer Split 2. And it looks like we're just about ready to get into the draft. Let's talk a little bit about the matchup we've got in front of us. Tasty, this is definitely going to be one that I think has a lot on the line for both these organizations, but maybe less so for Nova. They've already got a Vainglory 8 team. Ardent, on the other hand, they have had a rough few seasons. They've made it pretty far. They've always made it to playoffs, or almost always, but struggled once they made it this far. This time, though, they're in the winner's bracket. This is probably the best seeding position they've had going into the playoffs day one.
Yeah, they've been looking really good. Dragon, I actually am I missing something here, or do we not have a draft one for this?
Let me take a look here. We should. Oh, not sure what just happened there. 1 second.
I just want to make sure nobody drafted on the wrong
no,
side.
we do. If you don't see a Nova versus Ardent game 1, it's possible there might be a mistake. You don't see a game 1? Tasty, you either?
I see a game 2 and a game 3.
I see game 2 and 3.
All right, hold on. Let me get you guys set up here real quick.
Sorry for the moment of silence. I was trying to get into the draft because I thought we were starting it.
No, like, oh. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I'm going to... there we go. Got you guys covered. As we get into the draft lobby here. Going to delete that one then. And
yeah, as far as you were mentioning, both of these teams have looked really good. Ardent obviously coming with a new lineup here, and they're going up against Laid to Rest, and this is super fun to me because Laid to Rest actually came from the Ardent lineup itself. So there's going to be a little bit of rivalry here, and Big Dog, one of these players that's really been around Vainglory competitive for such a long time. Same with Chambo. I think this is a absolutely amazing roster that has a lot of potential, and I'm excited to see them, whether they go forward or if they drop here. I definitely think they have a lot of potential in seasons to come.
Yeah, these are actually players that we've seen play and have really a lot of success on multiple different rosters, but I think it's safe to say the player that's had the most success throughout his entire career, it has to be the Big Dog. This guy has been on a lot of teams with varying degree of success, playing the Vainglory 8, playing at live championships. This guy's been on the full spectrum of competitive teams, and he brings that knowledge and that experience to each team he plays on. And he helped Nova, the main roster, get to the Vainglory 8, and now he's looking to take this new challenger, this Nova challenger, and get to that first ever regional challenger cup.
Yeah, and that's actually one real big benefit that they do have. We talked about him having varying success. Obviously, in the past with the Rage Fingers, he has gone to the Unified, at the time it wasn't Unified, but has gone to those live events. And if they do make it to that #1 spot, if they are going to travel to the the Regional Challengers Cup, then having somebody with that live experience, that stage experience to kind of help ease the nerves of the rest of your team will be absolutely huge for them.
It really will be. All right, looks like as we're getting in,
looks like we may have a disconnect here in the draft, but we will be we'll be getting right back into it for you guys very, very soon.
Yeah, we're gonna get this reset here real quick. Looks like just a quick reset was all that was needed here. Alright, looks like they're back here. Let's see if it gets started this time, as we did have to do a quick reset. There we go. Yeah, just getting the teams into. We had to actually do a quick reset on our end as well, so it might have been one of the causes. But here we go. Grace band. Catherine's second band. Catherine becoming that B-side band when the Grace or Baron's taken off. It's actually pretty unsurprising. Lyra, no, when it gets to Lyra, then really you're almost forced here to take a carry since all the good supports are gone.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to pick in one of your carries that you're comfortable with here. Preferably something flexible. So you could go with something that's like a Baptiste where you can run it as that jungler, a Glaive that you can run it as, you know, a laner, a captain, or a jungler. Something that you're not committing yourself early on in the draft. Kestrel, for example, here, they do pick up the Kestrel. This is something that can be flexed into the lane or the jungle, either weapon or crystal. So that's really what I was trying to talk about with hiding your hand, not wanting to give away too much. So as the second pick, obviously as we get through this next ban, we'll probably see for the side of Ardent, they'll either go with something, they'll either lock in a captain here, you know, they might go with the Ardent, they might go with the Baptiste still because you can put it in the jungle or in the captain position if you're comfortable with it. It's really a lot of freedom here. You just basically have to not reveal where you want this Kestrel to go, and that puts a lot of difficulty on the enemy team to try to counter it. And as you can tell, they're really focusing right now on what they want to ban away. It is that Baptiste taking away some of that flexibility and crowd control that is available to him. I almost think an Ardent is a pretty safe pickup here, and there it is.
Yeah, they still, the Kestrel still could be flexed here, and we don't actually have a lot of games to know between Scar and Zen Master Blue if they have a preference. It's not like something that we've seen consistently, and so it can be moved either way. I like the Vox ban, though. I think that, you know, if you're not going to play the Vox, it actually, tips your hat a little bit, and really, I think, Big Dog, he's typically a jungler that, now is laning. It may be a position that his hero pool may not be as wide or as large as his jungle hero pool, as he's been playing jungle for many seasons. Scarf is the pickup here, though, and then a Glaive to boot. So likely going to be, it could be actually that lane Glaive that we see too often, and then with that jungle Scarf.
It does provide a degree of flexibility here, though, because typically your jungle Scarf is going to do all right into a Crystal Kestrel and the Crystal Kestrel, as well as Glaive can. Once he dives in, as long as he's not diving into a trap, he can get some damage down on Kestrel. She'll be unable to use her active camo. So they can really put this in either spot, and it's going to be dependent on where the last pick here goes for Ardent. They do go with the Samuel, so that's going to be a Kestrel in the lane, 99% sure. They're probably going to go ahead and put Glaive up there with her. He has a very good time trading back and forth with Kestrel, able to sustain and re-heal up a lot of her damage. And Scarf can really have varying success into another Crystal jungler, particularly Samuel, because of his movement while using Malice and Vertex. It can make it difficult for Scarf. But if he's able to land one Spitfire while the Drifting Dark is down, or even use a Goop to kind of bait Samuel out of his Drifting Dark, he can really start to take over a fight.
Yeah, and that's something we've seen all too often, is even early game, those Spitfires and Goops are really, they sometimes just hard to avoid, and you get stuck in them, and the damage just keeps escalating. And right out the gate, Scarf is going to do a lot of damage, and as the itemize builds more crystal damage, it gets even worse. Well, we're getting into game number 1. It is Nova Challengers versus Ardent Esports, kicking it over to Denominate Tasty Bacon to get us into the action.
All right, thank you, Dragonborn. Series number 2, Nova Challengers and their opponents, Ardent. This is going to be a big matchup, I feel, as both of these teams going to be looking to send a message. Ardent has been a team, an organization that's been around forever and has always been, on the cusp of really being able to make it big, but just have not quite been able to find the lineup that they need in order to do so. And they're going to be looking to do that with this team right here. If they can take first in the Challengers and then take that Challenger Cup, that would go a long way for this organization. But right now, it's going to be Nova with the early movements, able to put a little bit of pressure onto Ardent just to make them take a little longer on their jungle clear, and then allow Nova to take that Ancient Treant.
Yep, and that's going to, as Scarf rotates to the jungle, it is going to equate to a little bit of a gold advantage for Nova. Nothing major, not a huge deficit for Ardent. And yeah, Ardent is really just a team that we haven't seen too much success, really dating back to VIPL, the team that went on to become Team Solomon at the time, is the last time we really seen a hugely competitive Ardent roster. So it'll be exciting to see if they're able to make a little bit of a comeback here. Looks like we're going to have a skirmish here in the lane, though.
That's definitely a little bit of a fight there. Not going to be enough to find a kill. Maurice did go pretty low. Nice rotation from Laid to Rest in order to find that damage, but without getting the kill, it's just going to mean that the members of Nova are going to look to continue to try and maybe push this wave underneath the turret, see if they can find any damage. Obviously, with Chambo playing this Lyra, he's going to be able to harass quite heavily. Mostly looking to harass Maurice, which is a little surprising. I figured they'd try and get the basic attacks onto Scar, see if they can force Scar out of lane. However, neither side is going to be able to really find enough damage. Although Ardent rotating on up, Chambo's going to spot them out as they make their way into this mustache brush. And Ardent not going to be able to find an opportunity to get onto the big dog, who is obviously, even if he does get into a trade, will be okay thanks to the fact that he has that Book of Eulogies and can just heal back up by just killing a few minions. And it's going to result in a fairly passive early game, although I say that, meanwhile, Laid to Rest is looking to go aggressive with Chambo into the Ardent jungle. Zenmaster is going to lose out on his Treant. Now Maurice the Beast, he could be in a troublesome spot with Big Tog rotating down. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage onto him. He's going to be burning down with that goop afterburn to keep him away from the wall where he was trying to get over onto Scar, and that's first blood for Nova.
More particularly, it's first blood onto Scarf, and we know what a late game threat Scarf can be, so getting that bonus gold on him is just going to help get him into the late game. Obviously, Glaive, we were discussing the Book of Eulogies, really helps him trade all right with Kestrel. Having Lyra here, too, is going to be huge, and here we go, Bacon.
Yeah, they're finding some big damage onto Scar. Big Dog so close to getting that kill. He's going to have to walk over that camo trap. Oh, no, Scar shouldn't have stopped to try and trigger that trap. Ends up going down. And now Big Dog is going to be low along with Chambo, but it just doesn't look like Zenmaster Blue is going to be able to find the kills, at least not yet. Afterburn is going to get the stun. There's a goop that gets set on fire. They do take down Big Dog, but it's another kill for Laid to Rest. Make that 2, maybe not quite. And so it is just going to be the 2 kills picked up, but another kill onto Scarf.
Another kill going on to Scarf. Again, that's going to be absolutely huge for Ardent Gaming, so I'm used to seeing Laid to Rest on Ardent. That's going to be huge for Nova Challengers. Again, Scarf already doing so much damage, has now spent his 2,000 gold in pocket, getting that Frostburn. Going to help keep the enemies in a kill zone range for him. The one huge thing for Ardent that they have going on here, and yes, actually Ardent this time, is Lyra obviously is not going to be able to frontline against this Kestrel and Samuel. They just have way too much raw damage and poke. So this is going to be about Big Dog getting into Scar's face or repositioning him in a point that the Bright Bulwark can go down, which is going to prevent the Ardent from vanguarding in, and then Scarf has to get a good goop down with the Spitfire. They should be able to clean up the kills quickly, but again, Kestrel, Samuel, if they can just destroy whoever goes in first, then this siege comp can be absolutely deadly.
And that's going to be the goal here for Nova, to just be able to find the damage with the Scarf. And obviously, Big Dog, if he can afterburn someone into the goop or back into the goop, ideally, is going to be the way that they can find their kills, as they have been doing thus far. Throughout the first 5 minutes of this game, Scarf is going to have that Frostburn that makes it very difficult to get off of the goop once you are put onto it. It's that first Spitfire connects, and it is just so difficult to then get away from him. Big Dog has the Sorrow Blade. Frostburn for Zenmaster Blue. Scar not quite at the Sorrow Blade level, just needs about 20 gold, and he'll be there. So next shop for this Kestrel will result in the Sorrow Blade purchase, but for now, it's a pretty big item advantage for Nova if a fight were to break out.
A huge level advantage too. Scarf is level 7. Zenmaster Blue on this Samuel is only level 5. So there is a lot of power that Nova can bring here.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where Nova should be looking to press this advantage. They're going to be doing just that by trying to steal away this jungle again. Will be successful at taking that Treant. Chambo takes a bit of damage but heals himself up. While Laid to Rest, just keeping this minion wave pushed up. which is going to allow Laid to Rest to constantly be able to find this damage underneath the turret. Maurice going low, has to pop a fountain to keep himself alive. This siege is not looking very good for Ardent. They need to get a lot of damage out from Scar, but without having the Sorrow Blade, he just doesn't have the flat weapon power damage numbers needed in order to be able to really kind of counter pressure Nova. Even when the Glimmer Shots hit, it's not a huge amount of threat for someone like the Big Dog.
It's not a huge amount of threat. Again, Glaive trades pretty well with Kestrel, specifically in the early game, just because of his large health pool. And Big Dog does have a little bit of armor as well, just to reduce some more of that incoming damage. Nothing major. And as he gets a chance to shop in the near future, obviously he has 1,700 gold in his pocket, so there is going to be another big spike coming out of Glaive next time he sees the shop. You really got to be careful here if you are Ardent. This Samuel Kestrel combination is specifically for coming into the lane and just applying constant pressure and clear. And that's just not something that we've seen the side of Ardent do. Master Blue has really needed to rotate up more and apply that lane pressure that Samuel can put down. And this is looking like we might be getting ready to have a fight here. Chombo's level 6, Arcane Passage is ready to go.
It's going to be Arcane Passage going through. They get onto Maurice, but that's going to be a Gauntlet able to come out. A nice stun. 2 stuns actually picked up by the Gauntlet, and that's going to allow Ardent to get a kill. The Big Dog goes down without having a way to get out of the Gauntlet. He's just kind of a sitting duck for a moment there. Laid to Rest, just going to be working on clearing out these minions so that Ardent can't get much off of this kill, but if they stick around, they could try and get some pressure onto the turret. However, they're not going to be interested in overstaying, obviously, with Big Dog making his way back to the lane. We saw in our last series that the dangers of sticking around too long after finding a kill.
Yeah, sticking around a little too long. We've seen a couple stuns come out. Both the active camo was able to get Big Dog, as well as the Gauntlet was able to keep him underneath that turret aggro. And with no reflex block, he had no way out. The Gauntlet was put down just at the edge of that portal. It looked like he was hoping the portal effect would still take place. Didn't quite happen. Samuel now has the Frostburn ready to go. Laid to Rest, though, will be likely looking to go into either an Eve or a Broken Myth here next. So definitely a big spike for the Scarf. That build's going to come online really quick if they can, essentially keep up what they've been doing. They've been applying a lot of lane pressure. Getting this gold mine is obviously going to help as well.
And nice afterburn from Big Dog, but can they find the kill? It's going to be Fountain coming out, but they just turn their attention onto Maurice. Instead, Scar rotates down and is able to find the kill for Ardent. What looked like it should have been a kill for Nova gets completely turned around. Maurice sticking around is going to be dangerous, but he's still alive. Can they get the kill onto Laid to Rest? Drifting Dark means using Power Battles and Verdicts are going to do a lot. They find another kill. Can they get Laid to Rest? The Scoop is not going to come down, but the Spitfire was enough to answer one, but it still ends up being all 3 kills and an ace going the way of Ardent.
Hey, if you're going to get aced and you can take down one of the enemies with you, you're doing A-okay in my book every time. Big Dog is going to make it to lane in time to clear out this wave, so unfortunately Ardent not able to clean it up quick enough. As low as Scarf was, I would have kind of liked to see them all rotate to lane and just push the wave in. That could have been a turret. Again, this is a siege composition that Ardent has put together here.
The siege comp is working out a bit for now as they are able to chase down Nova. That's one of the strengths of a siege comp that doesn't really get talked about too much, is you can actually chase down opponents quite well because of just how much range you have. However, you have to be careful. Scar going to take a lot of damage, but gets afterburned out. Gauntlet is going to stun up Big Dog under the turret. He's going to take a lot of damage from that one shot, but is still going to be alive. Fountains not used on either side as a result of this skirmish, but again, that Lyra is just able to keep a team topped up so well that now they're not even close to needing to use that Fountain, unlike on the side of Ardent where Scar is still below half health. And with just 2 members here to defend, Oblivion's going to come out just to keep them at bay and try and buy time for them to kill these minions. Not going to be enough time, however, as the turret will fall. Now Ardent, they want to chase, they want to look for more, but they're not going to be able to. They'll have to just back off and accept that their turret went down.
Yeah, and it's only about a almost 2,500 gold lead for Nova. This is definitely a composition that Ardent can come back with. They have to be careful though, because Big Dog is now level 8, has that afterburn overdriven, so it is going to be up much quicker than it has been. Zen Master Blue hoping to maybe find his farm here, and he actually does get it away from Scarf. About 20 CS down. Samuel definitely needs to find a bit of gold if he wants to come online soon.
And that gold is going to be so important. Obviously, wanting to finish off that next item is definitely behind Laid to Rest. As far as the itemization is concerned, you see Laid to Rest has that Broken Myth completed, where Zen Master Blue still going to need quite a bit of gold. Actually, no, he should have enough for it, so he should be able to pick that up. Actually does not. That's interesting. I'm almost positive that he had enough gold for it there, but he doesn't opt to get the Broken Myth, or doesn't have it yet. Regardless, this is going to be gold miner worked on by Nova. Ardent knows this is happening. Gauntlet comes in. Immense gold payout does go to Nova, but can they get away from this fight? Lots of damage coming out. Laid to Rest will be the first to fall. Now Chombo is going to be the target. Empowered Malice and Verdicts. Glimmer Shot's not going to connect. And Crystal Sentry will get involved. This is a chance for Ardent to maybe try and bait Nova in, but Maurice needs to be careful. The fountain gets used. Sentry goes down. Can they find enough damage for a kill? Malice and Verdicts are connecting, but the heal from the Sigil is not quite going to be enough. That last shot did just do enough splash to take down the Big Dog. So they lose out on the gold mine, but Ardent, they were able to find 2 kills off of this and a Crystal Sentry. So not a terrible trade when all is said and done.
Not a terrible trade at all. They just have to be careful about Laid to Rest here. Look at the damage a single Spitfire does. It's about a quarter of Scar's health. So they definitely have to be careful. There we go. That's that damage Laid to Rest is looking for. This Scarf is in a very dangerous part of his build right now with the Frostburn and the Broken Myth, as well as being just a couple hundred gold shy of an Eve, and has obviously level 12 infusion popped. You got to be really careful if you're Ardent here. Samuel's not quite as far into the build and is not infused. But they've been finding good fights. I got to give credit to Ardent here. It was looking a little iffy for him in the beginning. They're doing pretty well. Obviously, as Samuel builds up these Broken Myth stacks, he's going to be a pretty big threat for Big Dog, as he's obviously going to be the frontline tank for the side of Nova. And it looks like we're going to have a fight here over this Crystal Sentry.
Yeah, the Crystal Sentry is going to be defeated. Is Ardent going to be able to answer this? It looks like they want to. They're trying to push up, trying to catch him on a flank. Zen Master's going to get burned down heavily, and now that's going to leave Scar all alone. Not the situation Ardent were hoping for. Scar staying alive for a lot longer than anticipated, but is still going to go down in the end. And the attempted flank just really not paying off there for Ardent. It ended up splitting the team and allowing an easy couple kills for Nova to pick up.
Yeah, and that was looking so good for Ardent. Zen Master Blue was able to poke Big Dog down to the point that he had to escape, and then Scar split up. The one goop coming out of Laid to Rest burned Zen Master Blue down to almost nothing, and that's really what swung the fight. And then Scar got caught out, and now Nova is looking to potentially take up the Kraken here. They do have to be careful though, because the entire side of Ardent is alive, and if they are able to find a Kraken steal, it could be a huge push for Ardent.
Absolutely could. Kraken's going to get low, but they're going to be fighting now. Big Dog goes on into the middle of the team. He's going to be able to find some good damage. Zen Master drops. Scar is going to be short to follow, and now Laid to Rest, and Big Dog can get to work on Maurice the Beast. That is an ace for Nova, and they should be able to grab this Kraken now as well. They're going to send Big Dog up to the lane to take this turret, and they'll make sure that there's less work for this Kraken to do once it does get unleashed. Nova finding that fight at a crucial moment.
Yeah, and it was looking really good for Ardent. They, again, we talked about the Samuel and the Kestrel really able to poke out Chombo because of the low defense Lyra has. Lyra did drop down dangerously low, but Zen Master Blue and Scar got a little too close to that bush. They didn't have any vision. It gave a good afterburn over to Big Dog. Laid to Rest was able to find a lot of damage on this Scarf, and that swung the fight very quickly into Nova. And now with this Kraken marching down the lane and only 3 turrets to defend, if Nova can find a kill or two here, they could end the game on this push.
They definitely could. If they can just get a little bit of work done, that's all they really need. With 3 turrets remaining, Scarf is obviously going to be able to take these turrets down quickly. Then Master is going to be trying to clear out these the minions that were there, and now they can get onto the Kraken, but the turret has already been destroyed. Ardent, they need to play around this carefully. Portal in, not going to be finding an engagement. Instead, Scar just eats a little bit of damage. They're pushing right up onto this turret. The Oblivion will get blocked. Turret is down. Big Dog going to work on Maurice. The Gauntlet keeps them in place for now. The Kraken is going down extremely low, should be falling. Dragon's Breath, they're going to try and take down Maurice. If they can find that kill, that may be all they need. The turret's going to go low, but they just are not willing to try and commit to it. With Scar able to put out this damage, but oh, if they find Scar, that was very close. Zen Master just going to chase them the rest of the way out. Now there's just about a quarter of a turret remaining for the side of Nova to have to work through.
Yeah, definitely a difficult one for Ardent here, particularly. They didn't find a kill there in base. Kraken did push down 2 turrets. It should be a net gain for Ardent because I believe the crystal turrets are only worth, I believe, 100 gold each. So 400 gold for Nova, 500 gold per player for Ardent. Definitely something they can maybe leverage. Samuel does have a level 12 infusion burning, but has caught up to Scarf and build for the most part. So if Ardent can play out this next fight safely, they could still find a kill with this composition. It is incredibly dangerous, especially with only 1 hero being able to be in that front line.
It can definitely be a risky position to be in. Ardent, they have to play this almost perfectly if they want to get themselves back in this game. The kills are close, but the gold is not. 7,000 gold lead for the side of Nova. And with that sentry defeated once again, it's going to just be more opportunity for Nova to push up, maybe find a kill, maybe try and brute force their way into that turret. Thus far, Ardent has just been confined to their base. They cannot leave. If they go even just a little bit too far out of position, an afterburn is likely to be waiting for them. And Nova knows that they have this lead. They're able to just keep themselves up close, making sure that there's nothing to be gained for the side of Ardent.
Yeah, and with the 7,000 gold lead, that is an absolutely massive lead here at 19 minutes. Kraken is now back on the fold. Nova does not. Oh, they do clean out the vision, but that is Ardent going to know what's going on here, and now they have an opportunity. War Treads are already burned by Maurice the Beast way too early. This should be a fight going on over to Nova easily with that being burned out.
It absolutely should. Being able to take down that first kill. Now they're chasing onto Maurice and Zen Master. Maurice likely to be the next one to fall. Just kidding, because Big Dog got onto Zen Master. And as they close up the ace, they are going to close up this game. Nova able to take this one. Ardent fought well, but Nova just took too many team fights down the stretch and are able to take game number 1.
Yeah, and what a what a great game, particularly here for the side of Nova Challengers. It's got to feel good for the home organization. They picked up a team that has really shown themselves. Again, it was really fun to see Laid to Rest go up against his old team, Maurice the Beast, obviously one of his ex-teammates. Huge performance here on this Scarf. This is going to be fun to watch as we go into number game 2. Wow. Okay, game number 2 here, Bacon.
Yeah, this is it was a close one. In certain moments, like during teamfighting, we saw like Ardent starting to find some leverage, but unfortunately, just the 1-2 punch of Glaive's Scarf. Like, the front line was great. Actually, Chombo with this Lyra, incredible sigils, able to actually get his team out of kind of messy gauntlet situations more times than once, and utilizing the bulwark effectively as well. Like it was really hard for Kestrel to kind of, bait them into fight, because Scarf was able just to poke from quite a long distance to nominate.
Yeah, again, Scarf does handle pretty decently into other mages, and when he was able to find a Spitfire and a Goop onto Scar, it was pretty much lights out for that Kestrel. I mean, if that Spitfire Goop hit, it was Kestrel being so low, she had the boots out, and then from that point, Nova was just really able to keep pushing. Ardent found a couple of really good fights, though, and I really think that this team has a lot of potential. It is a fairly new roster still. Obviously, we were talking about Laid to Rest being on the team before, so clearly have some changes on both of these teams. I think if you're Ardent, going into this next game, you maybe try to push the advantage you should have on these heroes. Again, the Samuel Kestrel composition specifically is all about getting into that lane, getting a lot of pressure down, and being able to push turrets easily, and we just didn't see those rotations.
This is true, and it was right off the bat, like, we see that Nova was able to take advantage of the poke from Scarf, like, even very early when the rage is reduced. I will say one of the bright lights from Ardent was Zen Master Blue and the Samuel. I mean, he played very well. It was unfortunately just, you know, not great positioning from Kestrel sometimes in those fights. He would go down often very early or get caught out away from his team. And that usually spelled doom right from the onset as those fights broke out. But I'm looking forward. Ardent's got a chance to get back into this. I think they mechanically have the skills needed to make it happen. But Nova is a team you don't want to let get hot. These guys, all of them, have been on pro teams at some point, and coming together here, the synergy may not be quite perfect, but they're getting to that point where they should be getting a lot of steam and momentum going into these later games.
Yeah, they definitely, you got to consider the fact that there's obviously a little bit of a morale boost for Nova here. They're obviously going to feel good coming off a pretty clean win. If I remember correctly, Ardent wasn't able to find any of the turrets that game, so they found some good fights, weren't able to capitalize off the back of them. The glaive comes off the ban immediately here from Ardent, really respecting Big Dog's ability to play that hero last game. Catherine comes off. This leaves a couple choices available now. Obviously, we have the Grace on the table. We have the Lyra on the table as well. So depending on what they want to play, they do go with the Lyra. That is almost certainly giving a Grace on over to Chambo here. If it doesn't get picked, it's clearly going to get banned away. There's the Grace. And now we have some options here. We have our captain selected. Even, I've seen a couple teams be able to, if the draft goes just right, Grace can be played as a carry. It's not quite as effective, but if you use it as a denial pick and the draft just works for it, it can be done. So really, this second set of bans here, you either got to focus on taking this Baron out or just target banning something away from the enemy team. No, if you know they play something well, then you can really take it away. It is the Idris, so this may be the side of Nova Challengers looking to get a Baron here. That Idris is off the table now, and this puts Ardent in a tough spot. You can ban away the Baron, but there's a couple really good flex picks still here on the table. We'll probably see, you know, either a Kestrel or a Baptiste come through.
Well,
a Vox ban is super risky because now you're giving over Grace and Baron potentially to the side of Nova.
This is a huge risk. We actually saw Ardent prioritize this Vox ban on B side as well, and I think maybe they feel that Vox is the strongest hero for Big Dog, but I don't think that you could ever go wrong with Baron, and so to not ban that out, I mean, I would have banned the Baron before the glaive and just started off that way, but now you just really putting yourself in a deep hole here. Late game, this is going to be really tough to get out of. Ardent could try to pick up a Scarf or a Celeste to try to help balance that, but it's going to take a lot. You do need also a front line. Lyra's going to be squishy, and Lyra's going to be able to get on top of Baron, but if you don't follow that up with any massive amount of frontline damage like a glaive, which you can't pick because it's taken off, you're really going to be tough. Kestrel is a little worrisome here. It's a lot of burst, but it's super squishy like we said, and it's not really what you want to be getting on top of a Baron with.
It's definitely not. So
maybe
that's kind of... yeah, I mean, it can be. There's definitely a lot of things on the table still here for this draft. Kestrel can function well into Baron, specifically if she's able to use an active camo to reposition around the fight. I do like the weapon Kestrel as well better into the Baron. Baron, if you miss that burst from the jump jets, we've seen several times, specifically in the VG8, where if Baron doesn't use jump jets onto a hero like Vox, he can lose that one-to-one duel if that large amount of burst does not go down, just because of his slow attack speed. He has additional attack damage, specifically in this patch. I think it's 130% on 2.6.
Yeah.
But if you're not getting as many attacks down, heroes like Kestrel or Vox or even Ringo can overpower Baron.
I just, looking at the Scarf Kestrel, I'm seeing a lot of poke, which is very risky because if for instance, if you're in a fight and Baron dodges any of that poke, he can just jump in while you're on cooldown for that split second and blow you up. Taka comes in as the last pick here. We really see a assassin paired with the Baron like this, other than Akashka at times. But seeing the Taka come out, this makes a lot of sense going into the Scarf Kestrel. Taka's really good at dipping and diving around those skill shots, and even sometimes getting past the active camo to get on top of Kestrel.
Yeah, and the real win condition here for Nova is pretty straightforward. So obviously we have the Grace on the side of Nova. Her heal does also reduce some of the incoming damage for a period of time. Lyra doesn't have that. So if Taka is allowed to get a clean X-Retsu off onto either the Scarf or the Kestrel, that's a huge chunk of damage, specifically with the fact that it's a Crystal Taka. That's why we see a lot of teams pair high burst heroes with Baron. Just because if you bring Kestrel down, you know, to half of her health with just the Taka, Baron is going to be able to jump in with the jump jets, get a double shot down on the Kestrel, and almost every time it's going to be a kill. Now, there are going to be times where, you know, the Lyra Sigil Pop is going to survive, help Kestrel survive, Fountain, Crucible, Reflex Block, whatever it may be. But it's a very easy composition to play, and because Taka can go invisible or X-Retsu in at range from a bush, that makes it very difficult for Lyra to properly time Bright Bulwark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can be definitely challenging when you have the Lyra if you don't have, like I said, that bruiser, the way to control the fight with a strong CC. But the Bulwark, we have seen it successful when used, you know, at the right time, because, like, you know, you look at this, there's so much burst that if you do keep the Baron stuck with the Bulwark and the Spitfire and the limiter shots land, you could take him out of the fight pretty quickly, and that would be, I think, their key to success here. If you're looking at Ardent, that's what they have to implement. That's what they've got to do. We are just about ready to get into this game, everybody, so do bear with us just a few more seconds as the players just jump on and get this all situated. You know, but yeah, I will say, Day, and this is something that you could probably elaborate on, is, you know, the Taka pick. This could be a Crystal Taka. It could be, you know, a more support Crystal Taka. It could be.
It'll almost certainly be just a Crystal Taka. We'll very likely see the Storm Crown come out first on Taka, or at least the Stormguard banner, just to help him with that clear, because Crystal Taka has a incredibly slow clear if you don't pick up that item. So this being laid to rest, he really likes to be aggressive on these Crystal junglers. I'm going to say he goes the Storm Guard and then goes into something incredibly bursty. Obviously, with the squishy targets that we have here, I think either Aftershock or a Shatterglass first is a very safe item to pick up. And it's, again, this composition that Nova has, it just has such a clear, easy to achieve win condition. Taka will fall off as the game goes on, but Baron will ramp up very, very quickly.
Indeed they will. We are jumping into the game, so kick it over to you and Tasty to get us into the fold.
Alright, so game number 2, Ardent going to be looking to even this series up, while Nova will be looking to move on in the Challengers series. Going to be Ancient Treant started up. Nova are in a position to contest this, laid to rest. He's going to want to try and take this one away. He's not going to be able to get it. It does go over to Zen Master Blue, and looks like both sides just going to back off, and we're not really going to have much of a skirmish here. The big dog hand laid to rest. Going to be looking to steal away these forward monsters, and Scar just getting himself up into the lane. Big Dog's not really going to miss out on anything here. I believe he actually did not miss a single minion due to that start, so not really going to be affecting much of this game at all.
Yeah, and one reason that Big Dog was able to get up and not miss any farm is the splash damage when clearing the backs with Laid to Rest can really help them get those camps down quicker. Obviously, he'll be able to rotate up faster, as well as using the jump jets to get into lane really helps him close some of that distance. So really good play there out of Nova. Scar has been doing a great job on this Kestrel so far with his farm. So definitely a pretty even game so far. The experience and gold split does have a very slight edge going over to Nova, particularly on the carries. But again, Ardent, if they can find the right fights, can pull this game together. I just think it's a little bit more difficult of a win condition for them than the lineup that Nova has here.
And so Nova, obviously, going to have a lot of burst damage between Ataka and Baron. I'm going to be curious to see if Laid to Rest is going to go with a CP build on Ataka or if he goes with the double weapon. He's starting off with the Stormguard banner, which leads me to believe that it's going to be a Crystal Taka that he ends up running. And it's going to be just really emphasizing then the massive amounts of burst damage coming out from this team of Nova. Their early game advantage that you'd figure they would have with a Grace Taka hasn't really been shown yet. Chambo's been spending most of his time hanging out up in the lane, making sure that Maurice and Scar can't do too much to try and pressure the big dog. Although with Zenmaster, who just rotated up, he got some good damage in. Obviously, that's going to be healed up naturally over time and not going to be having too much of an effect. But it's going to just, that pressure, if he can keep making those movements, can really kind of help Ardent get themselves just that small advantage if they can force the big dog to even just miss a couple of CS.
Yeah, and you definitely want to force Baron to miss CS. Again, if the earlier Baron comes on, the more difficult your life is going to be in this game. Big Dog already hitting level 4 on his way to that extended range, and here we go, Bacon.
They are going to be finding themselves a first blood there. It's Zenmaster Blue. He is going to get traded, but the first kill going to Scarf is a big deal. It's plenty of bonus gold going to go over. Looks like those will be the only 2 casualties, though, as everyone does seem to be getting on out of here. Looks like Ardent may want to try and chase this down. They know that the big dog does not have the greatest escapability, but after just buying some boots, he's going to be able to do just that.
Yep, and they're going to give the Treant over to Big Dog to help him get up to full health. That's going to let him rotate through the lane a little bit safer, since obviously Chambo doesn't have the early game healing potential that Maurice the Beast has. And there it is right there. Big Dog almost full health now off of that one Treant here in the early game. They are absolutely amazing. Scar looking to get some damage, though.
And it is going to be the kills going to be not able to be found. This Laid to Rest gets himself out to safety. Does have that Storm Crown now, so he's going to be able to farm up these minions extremely fast. It's going to drastically increase his clear times, can throw off what your opponents are expecting. They try and push up into the lane, but immediately going to get found. Active Camo Trap stuns them up and stops any aggression.
And that's what I was talking about, where if Kestrel can find a 1v1 duel with this Baron, she could easily out-trade him if the jump jets are not available. And thanks to that recall stopped by Maurice the Beast, Big Dog is going to be forced to sit here in the lane on dangerously low health. So Nova does have to be incredibly careful here. Scar finding a little bit of poke. This is really where Ardent needs to be, as they need to be pushing this aggression on the turret with Big Dog so low.
Yeah, with Big Dog, he's going to have to stay back. He's going to have to stay safe. Can't really look for an engagement. And meanwhile, Chambo is starting to take a bit of damage as well. Here comes the Taka, but Laid to Rest isn't going to find an engagement and is now just going to be basically taking the place of Chambo in that last situation where he's at full health, but they can just try and find some damage onto him. They're going to try and pull the minions away from this turret. Not going to be successful. Turret is going to go down. Can they find the fight now? Nice Holy Nova will stop the damage. Big Dog has returned. Zenmaster Blue wants to try and chase down Laid to Rest. Is not going to be connecting with that Spitfire ever, but first turret of the game already going down for Ardent at 6 minutes. That's a good sign.
And they must have learned from the first game, is if you're going to run this Crystal Jungler Mage kind of CG hero with the Kestrel, you have to do these rotations if you want to succeed. You have to push the lane, keep the pressure on. You have the Lyra to heal you up. You should be able to win basically every trade-off in damage. So if they continue to keep these rotations up and have Zenmaster Blue come up, it's really going to give them a lot of pressure that just the composition in general out of Nova is going to find a lot of difficulty to deal with. Now, the Big Dog has hit level 6, put a point into Ion Cannon, and now has that extended range of his basic attacks. So this is kind of Baron's real first step up, his first spike of damage. He has the Sorrow Blade complete, looking to possibly build into the Tension Bow next item. But Scar has the Sorrow Blade and the Tension Bow complete, so definitely seeing that 2,000 gold advantage that we have for Ardent this game.
That's for sure. The gold lead, they obviously want to grow it even further. They're going to get some good damage onto Laid to Rest. That's going to force him to have to run away. And with this Crystal Taka, the one issue with it is it takes a little while before you really have that burst if you finish the Storm Crown first. One thing we started to see a few players doing when the Storm Crown was still like a must-buy item, the Storm Crown Aftershock build was extremely common. Actually, hold that thought. Big Dog taking a lot of damage. So is Chombo. They're going to chase down. One shot connects onto Laid to Rest. It's not the target they were hoping to get. Big Dog is going to burn down, but with the Sentry involved, it's just going to be traded 1-for-1. Now can Maurice get out? Scar, too low on energy to be able to participate as much as they would like. Is going to find some damage here onto Laid to Rest, but Laid to Rest is putting in work with Chombo. They find a kill, and all of a sudden Nova have turned this right around as they take down that third kill. Not going to be an ace, but that is going to do a massive amount of damage to the momentum that Ardent had been building.
Definitely a little bit of a hit. The gold lead is still in favor of Ardent. I'm actually surprised that Laid to Rest went all the way into the Storm Crown first. Again, the burst that Taka provides is really what's going to give you that clear win condition. You get somebody low enough for Baron to then jump in and just absolutely destroy, and you take somebody out of the fight in the first second. Your team very likely hasn't even taken damage at that point. And this is really a composition that was developed over in East Asia, was the Crystal Taka Baron combination. It's absolutely a terrifying composition to go into. And now that Chombo is level 6, he's going to have that healing available to Laid to Rest, as he's going to be the one diving into the middle of the fight, trying to find damage.
That's going to be a difficult time for him to be able to get into the thick of things. But for now, if Laid to Rest, now that he has this Aftershock, can be able to have that big burst damage, that big initial chunk that he can take out of one of these members of Ardent. And if the Big Dog follows up on the same target with those jump jets, it should almost be a guaranteed kill. That's going to be targeting onto the Scarf right now. Big Dog hasn't used the jump jets just yet. There he goes, but he's just going to be hitting Maurice with it, but didn't take advantage of the engagement Laid to Rest made. Chombo had to use the Divine Intervention on the Big Dog to make sure that they weren't turned around on, as Ardent still fairly healthy. Going to be pushing up through this lane. The Gold Miner is going to go out. That's an immense gold payout picked up by the side of Nova. Not what Ardent was wanting to see right now.
Yeah, it's not. And even the captain on the side of Ardent is incredibly squishy. So Big Dog is going to have so much damage no matter who he goes onto. Ardent looking to maybe get a little bit of damage down on this turret, but they have to be incredibly careful here. Laid to Rest with this Aftershock completed is going to be a pretty sizable threat onto either Scar or Zen Master Blue. Anybody he can really get onto, he should be able to get a lot of damage down. But I do like that Ardent is using this composition to just keep pushing the way they need to.
Yeah, as long as they keep the pressure on the lane, they can find some good things here. They really need to get another turret down, though, as the Big Dog's getting closer and closer to his third item. And once he gets 3 offensive items, it can be so difficult to find the win against a Baron that has gotten himself online. Echo is completed for Chombo now. That's another massive power spike available to the side of Nova. And with the Big Dog finishing off the Tyrant's Monocle, things are starting to look a little bit grim for Ardent.
Not only the Tyrant's Monocle, but also has now put a second point into the Ion Cannon, so that's extending his range even a little bit more. We do see the amount of damage that Scar can put out. That's kind of the real threat for Laid to Rest diving in. But again, if Chombo uses the Divine Intervention onto Laid to Rest when he goes in and starts taking damage, he's going to heal all that up. He's going to be able to protect his ally. And again, Laid to Rest just has to get somebody low enough for Baron to come in and clean it up. And that's going to make it a 2v3 very quickly. There was the combination there. Not quite enough, but there it goes right there.
They may not get him initially, but they get him on the rebound. That's going to be 2 kills. Make that a triple kill. The big dog cleaning up, just like you said, Denominates. Laid to Rest goes in, gets the initial damage. The big dog comes in and applies even more. And if that first burst doesn't kill him, you know, the second aftershock proc's going to be up. The big dog still just does a ton of damage with each regular attack and is able to find the kills that they need. They get 1 turret. They're going to be looking for a second one here. Scar not really going to be able to defend this. So 2 turrets off of that ace for Nova. Now they have to run, as that's going to be Zen Master Blue very likely finding at least 1 kill here. Chambo is going to get burned down, but he sacrifices himself so that his teammates can get out alive.
And just like that, Bacon, we now have a 2,000 gold lead going into the pockets of Nova. And it looks like Laid to Rest will be able to clean out. He's not going to clean out his jungle. This is kind of dangerous for him. So Baron is alive, but this siege composition from Ardent here is going to be able to take down this turret in no time.
The turret falls, so Ardent at least even up that objective game. They're way behind in terms of kills. The fights are going to be very difficult for them, but if they can focus the objectives, Laid to Rest, he goes in very aggressively, but the Divine Intervention will top him off. The Echo not available, so this is a chance maybe for Ardent if they can just find that damage back onto one of these targets. It's a big burst from Scar, melting down Chambo. Ardent should be backing off from this. I don't think they want to stick around and risk something against a Taka and a Baron. They're going to do just that. They focus on the gold miner, get themselves an immense gold payout.
And this gold lead that keeps flip-flopping back and forth is now pretty much right back to even. By the time this wave is said and done, and the fact that Zen Master Blue's jungle is up, it's probably right neck and neck. We have to get some armor built here on Chambo. We see these glimmer shots just absolutely chunking out Chambo on this Grace. So I don't think we'll see an Atlas Pauldron out of Chambo, but I do think we'll see a Metal Jacket here in the very near future. And maybe even additional shield. He has the contraption, so as this game goes on, he might not have as much need to keep flares in his pocket. Chambo has to be able to sustain some of that damage. If Chambo's the first one to die, that fountain's not going to be used on Laid to Rest or Big Dog. The Divine Intervention will not be used. The passive effect of the heroic perk Retribution for Chambo won't go through. Chambo has to survive for this composition to work, is essentially what I'm getting down to.
Yeah, it's Chambo has to survive at least long enough to get both of the heals off. That's really, once the two Divine Interventions have been used, Chambo's served his purpose. He can die knowing that he did everything he could to keep his team in this fight. So for the side of Ardent, they want to either just immediately burst down one of these 2 targets and try and kill them before Chambo can even react to being able to get that heal off, or if they can get damage on the Chambo, they can actually take that healing out at the source, and it can do wonders for them. But the big thing for them is they cannot, they can't switch targets mid-fight. They have to just pick one target and stick on them. The only time you can switch targets is once that Divine Intervention starts. You can potentially switch to the other carry and try and blow them up while the Holy Shield is onto the target you had found initially. That's going to be Laid to Rest jumping in. Big Dog following up. He's going to find a kill. Huge amounts of burst onto the grouped up members of Ardent. 1 kill going down. They're going to say that's enough for them to work on this Kraken. You have to be careful with Scar and Maurice here. Seen both of these heroes be able to steal away Kraken in the past. The Big Dog trying to find some big damage is going to be able to get a lot. Chambo goes low and has to back off the Kraken. Now, however, that's going to be Laid to Rest, trying to just keep them at bay and away from this Kraken take. He's going to get Scar low, but Scar and Maurice still here, still looking to fight, but that's not going to be lasting long as the Big Dog blows up Scar. However, this has bought enough time for Zen Master Blue to maybe get in range. No, he's not going to be able to get there in time. Kraken unleashed. Nova finding the advantages that they need. And with Kraken unleashed, still 15 seconds before Scar is up, they can look to push in a bit. Scar will be up before Kraken reaches their turret, but this is not looking good for Ardent.
Again, as this game gets later, the win condition for Nova to fulfill does get easier despite Taka falling off a bit. Laid to Rest now has a pretty decent amount of defense so that when he does dive, he has that ability to survive long enough for Baron to come in and really have an effect. Big burst amount of damage coming down onto both Chombo and Laid to Rest there. They do still have to be careful. They don't want to give all this gold over. Big Dog taking a lot of damage, Bacon.
That's a lot of damage that he's going to be very much not wanting to take. Laid to Rest is going to be falling here as well eventually, but this turret is going to go down. That's 2 turrets with the Kraken. Laid to Rest is going to be taken out here at some point, finally falls. This Kraken has picked up the choke point, and one of the crystal turrets should fall before it takes the second turret, but it's going to be close and will be 1 hit away. And that means that Nova is 1 hit away from being able to take that final turret as well.
And man, that last fight happened so fast, Bacon. Scar came in with those glimmer shots. Zen Master Blue obviously throwing down a beautiful goop underneath Big Dog. They were able to find him very early on in that fight. I definitely think, obviously, the side of Nova can't walk away too upset with that, as this turret's so low that they're in a position now. They only have to find 1 kill cleanly, and if they're all healthy enough, they can just go push. Baron and Taka will take this turret out in just a second, and they can end the game on it. So if Nova can find 1 good fight here, this could be them looking to close out the series.
They don't even need like a really good fight. If they can just find a kill, they can likely try and just push in to end this. They're going to be moving up with these minions. They can go about this so many different ways. Either it's setting up an ambush, either just brute forcing your way into the enemy base, waiting for Kraken to respawn. Any of these can work. It looks like they're going to be trying to just rotate with Ardent. Ooh, that was almost Scar getting caught out. Instead, he gets a lot of damage onto the Big Dog. That could be good, but look at the damage coming back out onto Scar. Ion Cannon goes down without hitting anything. Chombo's used 1 of those heals, immediately used the Echo, so he still has another one available, but he has to use that one immediately too. The heals are gone, and they're going to be able to find a kill, however, even without the Divine Intervention for Laid to Rest. He's able to get onto this back line and do some serious work. Big Dog will be looking to finish this one off with the rest of Nova. Maurice goes down. That's an ace, and that will be Nova taking the game and the series 2-0.
Nova looking incredibly good. They are going to definitely close this one out uncontested here. Again, the power of this Crystal Taka and Baron combined together is so dangerous if you have a double squishy composition. And that's what I really like about that pocket pick Taka. We've really seen Taka fall quite a bit out of the meta. But if you pick it at the right time, for example, this triple squishy composition that Ardent put together, Laid to Rest really had a incredibly fun to watch and exciting game here. Again, I'm so excited to see this Nova team go forward.
They really have come into their own. They're seeded only 6, but they've been performing like a top 2 team, seeded team in this entire Challenger series. They've come in here. Ardent played well, and I've been really impressed with these guys. It's actually been one of Ardent's strongest rosters, at least for what we've seen. But of course, you're going up against what might be the juggernaut of this entire Challenger series. And Nova, they're going to be moving on to play Echo Fox tomorrow in the finals for the winners bracket before qualifying for potentially the grand finals. With this loss though, Ardent isn't out. They are going to be moving down to the elimination bracket, and it's actually going to be down in the elimination round that we're going to be picking up and actually streaming their next matchup. Just actually taking a quick look to see who they're going to be playing up against, and it does look like they'll be playing up against the winners of Tilt Rehab versus Intensity VG. We're actually still waiting for those matches to get updated though, and once we get those results in, we'll jump to it. But this is actually, if I look at the teams that are here in elimination, Ardent's dropping down. They're seeded lower than Vision and Tribe, but they've been playing at a level that I think they could go toe-to-toe with either one of those teams. They only have to play one of them, guys. They don't have to play them both, which, if you're Ardent, you're a little bit relieved.
Yeah, you definitely have to be relieved for Ardent that you had a team come together out of the blue and really put on a great performance. They made it very, very far into this tournament. They have to be proud of themselves. I mean, again, this Nova team has looked so good. You can't really take too much of this to heart. What they need to do is they need to really review how they've done and how the teams that beat them succeeded, and really study the reasoning why. And that's going to allow them to come back going into the autumn season.
Absolutely.
And have a different shot. You know, there's obviously no challenge battles at the end of this split, so you know they're not really in the running anymore for going to the regional challengers cup. But coming back into the next season, they can work on it. They can build up some synergy, and they could potentially have a really good showing for us. I'm going to be watching this team going forward.
Yeah, don't count them out just yet. They still have a good shot, actually, of getting back. They could potentially be going for a rematch, even, if they could make it all the way.
Oh, that's right. There is a second elimination in the playoffs. That's right. I remember now.
That's right. So they're still here. Like, they're going to be moving back through the elimination round. They've got a good shot, actually. Like I said, they got to go up against either the winners of that. If they win this next series that we're going to be showing, then they got to go up against the winners of Tribe versus Vision. And I think this is a roster that can go toe to toe with those guys. We're going to take a quick break, everybody, but when we come back, we're going to be getting into our third and final series of the night and then updating you guys on the standings of the brackets thus far. You're not going to miss any of the action, guys. They're going to be coming up in a few minutes.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for our third and final series. Of course, I'm Dragonborn, your host here, manning the VIS desk as we kick off these VIS Challenger playoffs here. Day one just about wrapped up. We got a lot of exciting matches to talk about, and one of them is going on still. Kind of wild, actually. Let's get right into this bracket here of Denominate. So far, let's recap what has happened so far. Echo Fox has beaten Vision Gaming, knocking Vision Gaming down to the elimination bracket. Nova Challengers beat their challenger, Ardent Esports, knocking them down as well. And they are moving on to that winners finals matchup that determines who's going to go to the grand finals right off the bat. But as we come down to elimination rounds, Tilted Rehab and Intensity VG are in a, 24-minute game number 3. This is going down all the way to the wire, and that's crazy. Tilted Rehab is a 13 seed. What an underdog.
Yeah, obviously we can't view that match right now, so we don't know exactly really what's happened. Taking it to game 3, though, is definitely huge for them. You know, they are the lower seeded team. So bringing it on to a team like Intensity, who's had such a good performance.
The lowest seeded team, mind you, in this entire playoffs.
Right, yeah, in the playoffs. They're the lowest seeded team, going into one of the teams that we viewed to be really one of the really high-end contenders for this number 1 spot. You know, we've seen Intensity take games, if not whole series, off of teams that we really thought was going to go the other way. You know, for example, looking back into last split, we've seen them with a really good performance against Immortals, who went on to make it into the Vainglory 8. So it's going to be interesting to see how that really turns out. I mean, game 3, 25 minutes into the game, it's just so hard to guess which way it's going right now. I mean, at the 25-minute mark, you know, the death timers are so long, one fight could really potentially win the game for either side right now.
They absolutely could. 26 minutes and counting, back and forth. Again, if Tilted Rehab were to pull this would be an incredible upset. I don't think we've ever had a 13 seed, a seed this low, make it to that second round in elimination. And they're going up against Ardent, who is a 10 seed, but Ardent's definitely been playing, you know, way better than, you know, I think the 10 seed really described. You know, Ardent definitely came in and has been performing well, but Tilted Rehab, on the other hand, this is going to be, just getting an update. It's not completely final. Looks like Tilted Rehab is in the lead in this game, and looks like they are poised to win this game. That is wild.
Yeah, and again, this, you know, for them to pick up a win here over Intensity would be absolutely huge. Again, I don't have it in front of me what roster Intensity is playing with right now.
Well, it looks like they're playing with Kaz, Plot, and Cully. So, Kaz, Plot, and PvP Trinity. So that's their starting lineup. That's their starting lineup typically.
I think you were saying that he's only PvP Trinity's only played one of the games so far, though, right?
No. Sorry, I was looking at VG Pro. I mean, that didn't show me any of the games. These are all in tournaments, so that's not true. That's not true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. I get the confusion now. So definitely some intense games going there, and if we're getting word that the edge is on Tilted Rehab, that's definitely exciting.
Yep, that's actually who just got confirmed as the winner. Tilted Rehab beating Intensity. Unbelievable upset here, guys, going into this first day, as they're going to be moving on now to play Ardent. That is going to be our next matchup, and I couldn't be happier for another matchup. I mean, one thing I will say, though, is Vision Gaming versus Tribe is ongoing. Unfortunately, due to scheduling, that game started before we could get into this matchup here, so we weren't able to stream you guys that game. We'll keep you guys updated on those results, but definitely kind of excited and pumped to see these two teams. We should be able to get them invited here in just a few seconds. And let's talk a little bit about Ardent and how they played last game. They played really well, but they're going up against this real surprise underdog that I don't think a lot of people were expecting.
I mean, I definitely was expecting that to go the other way. I thought Intensity, you know, again, they looked really good last season and then looked really good in, you know, coming up through this season. I definitely expected them to be the one going on. So to see them drop down into the lower half of
surprising, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
Well, this is our matchup, guys. Ardent Esports versus Tilt Rehab. Here are the rosters. This Tilt Rehab group, Ali Peterson, Jazzville, Crowley, and Shrub, 11234. Neon Fire there as well as a sub, although we have not seen Neon Fire play any of these games. This is a pretty intense lineup that has been shocking us. We haven't gotten to see them a lot on stream either day, so really hard to gauge where they're going to be at.
Yeah, and just for clarity here, because I had the mix up with the lower half of the bracket earlier, that is a second elimination now for Intensity, right?
It does appear so, yeah.
Interesting. So that's huge for Tilted Rehab, actually. That is looking really good for them going on into this next game. Hopefully Ardent can...
Intensity's out.
Yeah, Intensity, that's not what I expected at all.
Yeah, definitely an intense matchup. That may have been. That probably was. I would have loved to have been able to get into it.
The puns.
The heartbreaking. Moving right along. So this is our matchup, guys. We're going to be getting into it. We are waiting for a few seconds for these players to get on here. So what we're going to do, take a quick break. A very, very short break, guys. Promise you only like 2 minutes. When we come back, though, we're going to get into our third and final series of the night. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All on you, Bacon.
All right, we're back, guys. Here getting live, ready for our third and final series after that quick break. And now that we look to get back in, we are jumping to this third and final series. It is Ardent versus Tilt Rehab. These are our two Cinderella stories, really. I mean, Ardent was the 10th seed to stay in the winners bracket all the way to the playoffs. Unfortunately, they did get knocked down that first round. But Tilt Rehab, they are the lowest seed to make it here into the playoffs and make it actually past past that first round in day one. Let's take a look at these rosters one more time. As we look to jump into this real quick, Ardent Esports, Tilt Rehab. We already saw Ardent, and we've been watching Ardent play throughout the Challenger Series to nominate. These guys are a great squad. Do they have what it takes to go up against this? It's kind of hard to gauge. We don't really have a lot of data on Tilt Rehab and how well they're going to play. It's like this Tilt Rehab guy, this group, nobody really knows their strengths, nobody really knows where they're coming from, so it's probably hard to even draft into them. You don't really know their strengths or weaknesses.
Well, not only that, but they haven't really got a whole lot of on-stream gameplay time either. So it's kind of hit or miss for these teams going into them on what to think. Have a couple veteran players on this team. So, for example, Neon Fire has been around the competitive scene for a while, and I gotta imagine he helps them out with maybe some of the drafts or some theory crafting. So that's pretty cool, and I definitely think this is going to be a pretty awesome game ahead of us. We've seen Ardent maybe struggle a little bit more than I would have thought in that last game, But Tilted Rehab coming in over Intensity is pretty impressive all in its own. So I think this should be a hopefully pretty even and back and forth matchup for us. Should be some good gameplay to spectate.
Yeah, it really will be. One of the things, or one of the players, though, really worth keeping an eye on, and I think will be one that matters a lot, is Scar from Ardent. And the reason I say that is he had some up and down moments in that series that we just watched earlier against Nova, and he's got to play well. I will say Zen Master Blue looked great, looks solid, but Scar is going to be their carry. He's going to be the one that is going to have to put a lot on his shoulders. This guy has the potential. He has the ability to make plays. He's a playmaker in the right circumstances, but we did see in a lot of these games, he not necessarily having the right position. Maybe getting caught out on Kestrel a lot, and we've actually seen him play quite a bit of Kestrel. I'd like to see him expand that. His most played hero is Idris, at least according to VG Pro. So competitively, though, maybe he likes to mix it up a little bit. Definitely keep your eye on him. If Ardent wants to get out of this round and make it to the next series to go against the winners against Tribe and Vision, they really need to make sure they focus on this matchup right here. These guys, I think a lot of teams maybe overlooked them, and it probably caught them by surprise.
It definitely did. I mean, it must have. I mean, Intensity going into the game. Maybe again, we don't have a whole lot of actual visual gameplay of Tilt Rehab, even going through the Challenger series. So definitely going to be fun to get them on camera. Obviously, the upset over Intensity we did miss, but now have them here ready to see what they have to bring to the table. This is the last lifeline for both of these teams, so whichever team wins here will have the opportunity to continue on in this tournament and potentially still be in the running for that #1 spot.
Absolutely. You're definitely not out of the tournament at all. One thing we've never seen, though, and I'll be honest, this will be history if it does happen, is we've never seen a sub-10 seed team make it to day 2 of the playoffs. And we always have, it's always the top 4 teams that make it to day 2. We've never seen that happen. It could, of course, happen today. It's definitely very, very likely. As we look to get into it, we are about ready to get into game #1 here between Ardent and Tilt Rehab. And now, of course, we're going to check in on these players. Let me check in real quick, Day, actually, and see where we're at. Because we do want to get this underway. A lot of action so far. A lot of games have been played. So this is kind of the part of the night, Day, where the fatigue starts to come in. It starts to seep in. You know, you've been playing Vainglory for a couple hours tonight. Of course, the update just landed. You have to imagine a lot of these teams, they've been playing some Vainglory on maybe the new 2.7. And as we get here late in the night, here on the East Coast at least, you know, you've got to make sure you stay focused. And Ardent, I feel like they've got the chance here really to prove everybody. Tilt Rehab has been that underdog surprise that's been stunning everybody. Will Ardent finally silence that run?
Yeah, and honestly, I think for the teams in the playoffs here, I almost think you just ignore the live update right now. I mean, with so much on the line, needing to get to that #1 spot, I almost think you reach out to some of these other teams and just, you know, get practice in on this current update that matters to your competitive experience. So obviously you don't want to get too carried away theory crafting things that have changed into the 2.7 update.
Right.
So, you know, that could be one thing here too. That's definitely a strategy you can use to your advantage, is take this opportunity that you have to continue practicing on the update that's going to get you to that Regional Challengers Cup.
Yeah, and this is going to be the update that we play on all the way through to tomorrow. So, you know, you don't really want to get swayed a little bit. A lot of changes are coming, but because we're on 2.6, you are going to see that continuation of that 2.6 meta as it unfolds. For all you guys who maybe aren't aware, if you're living under a rock, of course, Vainglory did release a pretty large update where a new hero, multiple skins, massive meta changes, balancing as well. And it's a lot of bug fixes from what I heard, Day. A lot of improvements. It sounds like a lot of focus on quality to life that's being made here, this update. Make sure you guys check it out if you haven't downloaded it yet. I know I will be as soon as this stream ends, because I haven't gotten to play on 2.7 just yet. We're still waiting on these players to get in here, so I'm going to just try to check to see what might be the holdup. So we kind of need to give them in drafts and need to make sure we confirm that before we make any other moves.
Yeah, definitely. Right, looks like.
All right, looks like
I have such limited on-stream data from this team. Tilt Rehab.
Yeah, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, I've heard of these players, and obviously as we've gone through the challengers, I've seen them, win game after game after game. So it's kind of wild that we really aren't really sure how it's all going to pan out. I'll tell you one thing: they have played a lot of game 3s. I mean, this is something, and so that's kind of crazy if you think about it. This team has been like up and down through a lot of these matches, like being kind of right on the edge if you think about it, and that's kind of impressive for this roster just to kind of go into these game 3s time at a time. So they had a game 3 against Misfits in the first day in the second round. They did get 2-0'd by Vision Gaming. But then they had another game 3 against Infinity Rebirth, and then another game 3. They've played three game series in the Challengers, so they've been playing a lot of matches, more than almost anybody else here in the elimination round. So it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and again, they have upsets already in the past. So going into Ardent, who is actually a little bit lower of a seed than Intensity, I believe, if I remember correctly. It's definitely a lot of potential for them here. It would be absolutely awesome to see a 13 seed go on through the rest of this playoff and potentially even play in the final, working their way back up through that losers bracket. Vision is one of the teams that had been looking really, really good. I think even though they lost today, that they had a good performance overall.
Right.
So it's just been a team that's been looking very composed, very put together, and Tilt Rehab still has this second lifeline here. We could potentially see a rematch if I'm looking at the tournament correctly.
We absolutely could. Looks like everyone's connected and ready to get into this draft, so I'm just going to confirm real quickly to make sure that they're ready, and then we'll be getting into game number 1 of this final series. All right, looks like we're ready to go, guys. Sorry for the pause. Let's jump right into it, Day. Let's see what we got. Ardent Esports, they are starting here on A side, higher seeded team. Seeded 10 though through 13. So one thing that's worth noting here though is no matter who wins this, we will have a 10 seed moving on to day number 2 of the playoffs. So that, to my knowledge, that's the lowest seeded team that's made it to the top 4. And Ardent, I think, maybe, going to have the opportunity here substantially to prove a lot of people wrong about their seeding and their strength here in this split. Glaive is the band coming off from Tilt Rehab. Not having a lot of data and not actually even knowing what they've played today, it's really hard to gauge it.
And that's a Catherine band to follow up. This is a band that we consistently see here in North America, especially going into this next update with the substantial changes to Echo. Ought to be pretty fun to see her if she ever makes it through in the competitive at this point. So there's obviously both the Grace and the Lyra on the table still. I think if you're Ardent, you have to pick one. I do personally favor the Grace over the Lyra just because she is very fast. The amount of healing and damage reduction she offers to the team in the mid to late game is absolutely huge. Obviously has the stun capability as well. I just think that Grace is the safer pick here, and that is what Ardent goes for. So this does now leave the Lyra open for the side of Tilt Rehab if they so choose to pick it. If not, it will very likely get banned away. Just to keep that early game potential that Lyra can give her team by healing them up constantly.
Yeah,
and yep, there's the Lyra.
And this is what we actually see quite often. I'm surprised. We've seen the glaive band multiple times. This is something Ardent likes to do. But whenever the healers are both available, splitting those healers, it makes a lot of sense. And that's exactly what we've seen consistently when Grace and Lyra are available. You don't want to let one team have the healer. They're not going to make it through the second ban phase if you don't pick it up. With that, though, this is where we usually see these laners banned, right? A laner and a jungler can oftentimes get banned here. And ironically, we've seen, Vox has gotten banned a few times, Idris is a few times. These are two of those weapon healers that, and we've seen Baron actually make it through the draft already here on stream a few times. Kind of unconventional to see Baron make it this far without at least a ban. So as we're going through, there's a little bit of bonus time being eaten up by Tilt Rehab. Do they ban the Baron here, or do they try to get it picked up?
Well, they banned away the Idris, so they're obviously trying to get the Baron. Taking off one of his biggest counters is absolutely huge.
Be surprised if Ardent lets it through, though.
Yeah, they don't. They don't want to deal with that. Shrub is a pretty efficient lane carry in my position. I think, again, on B side here, your safest thing is to just pick up a flex. I think for the side of Tilt Rehab, I think the safe pickup here is either going to be a Kestrel or a Baptiste. Actually, probably not a Baptiste even right now because we have the Lyra, so it's very likely going to be a Kestrel. Is probably your safest bet just to keep the enemy guessing. I think you could throw a wild card in. Oh, there's the Kestrel. Again, just the smartest pick here. I mean, again, the flexibility on B side is the way you win draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And, at this point, Tilt Rehab probably looking to do some of that poke damage that they need. They're good. Vox is obviously the next likely laner to be picked up. And Vox, Kestrel, back and forth, we see that so often. With the glaive gone, usually it makes the Kestrel pick or the Vox pick even a little bit safer and pretty even into each other. So now when we look at junglers that are going to come out here, Ardent Esports, Baptiste and Samuel are the two that seem to come to mind, especially going into a Kestrel.
Yeah, and the Vox makes clear sense, specifically with the Grace, because Vox will be able to really dance into the fight safely. The Celeste pick I didn't really see coming up, and I think this is specifically forcing the Kestrel into the lane. 9 times out of 10, if Celeste plays it right, she should be able to deal with the Crystal Kestrel. She should be able to zone out that Kestrel and really prevent anything from going on. This Ringo does basically force Kestrel into the lane. We do see the Jungle Crystal Kestrel Jungle Crystal Ringo sometimes in Europe. I don't think we're going to see that here. This is very likely going to be a Ringo dueling out Vox in the lane. I favor the draft for Ardent here. I do think the later this game goes, the more potential this particular lineup gains. Whereas the Crystal Kestrel, as the vision gets spread by Ardent, is going to start to fall off. Lyra is not going to be able to protect her team as heavily against this really aggressive composition that Ardent has put together.
I agree. I like the draft for Ardent here in this first game, and I think that we've seen them execute well. The mage in the jungle is something that they can actually do quite well with. That Scarf pick, even into a Baron, was actually, they were winning team fights with it. So Ardent's got the formula, I think, to win this game. We'll have to see how well this could be. Maybe this is Tilt Rehab's trump card. Maybe this is that Ringo pick that might come in here. They do have the Lyra, and Lyra's been pretty effective in a lot of these games. But let's jump right into it, guys. Kicking it over to you and Tasty to take it away and jump into all the action.
All right, so we're looking forward to this matchup pretty heavily here, Denominate. I'm actually going to be very excited to see this Ringo come out. I think Ringo definitely still has a place in these games. We've been able to see a few pro players pick this hero up and make it work extremely well. We've also seen over in some of the European challenge battles, we saw it come out today, actually. Ringo was selected and was able to put in some massive work. If you can get onto an opponent in the back lines, you can actually take them down so quickly because of the extra move speed of Twirling Silver. Like, if Ringo gets onto Zen Master Blue, it should always go the way of Zen Master of Shrub here, because he has the extra move speed provided by the Twirling Silver along with the boots. So Shrub's going to have to be very careful of his positioning, but while he can take advantage of the range, he's going to get jumped on right now, unfortunately, as that nice core collapse comes out from Zen Master Blue. But towards the late game, if he can take advantage of the range advantage he has, he can actually put in some serious work.
He definitely can, and one thing that's particularly good about Ringo is he's very good at just soloing out a target. He offers so much individual target damage because of the increase of movement and attack speed from his Twirling Silver that you don't have to commit too much to attack speed to really stutter step efficiently and get a lot of attacks down. He doesn't have as much team-wide or utility potential like the way that a Vox does, but again, if he can find a good jump onto either Celeste or Vox, particularly in the mid-game, the early mid-game before Maurice has his Divine Intervention, that's where he's going to excel.
And then that mid-game spikes are going to be incredibly important for this matchup. It's a lot of mid-game power on really kind of both sides. Obviously, Zen Master going to hit that level 8, get the extended range on Helios, very nearly catching Curly with that core collapse. Shrub and Curly both going to hit some nice spikes at the middle portion of this game. So that's going to be a really important time. Is once we get around the 6 to 10 minute mark is going to be really crucial. Now Shrub trying to take advantage of his range that he has over the Vox to harass him whenever he tries to push up into these minions to farm. He's going to be able to do a fair bit of damage, but once Scar gets his first recall off, which he's looking to do right now, he's going to be able to pick himself up that Poison Shiv and now should have the sustain to deal with the harass that Shrub can provide.
Yeah, and one actually really smart thing that Shrub did here that surprisingly a lot of players don't do is he picked up the shield in the Vox. We quite often see them go into a armor just because they're trying to duel out the Vox. But because Ringo has such an advantage over Vox in a 1v1 fight, he doesn't have to commit that gold into armor early, so he can take a couple resonance bounces safely without getting poked out by Vox now. And again, this is really smart play from Shrub, knowing that he has that advantage over Vox in the early.
So it hasn't really turned into a CS lead. It's actually Shrub who's at a CS deficit right now. So Scar doing a really good job of playing around this poke advantage that Shrub had throughout the first few minutes of this game. Has been able to farm up very reliably, and now as the members of Ardent rotate down to the shop, Scar is just going to get a little bit of extra damage into his inventory and top himself up on potions as well as he rotates back up to the lane. Crowley there waiting, but doesn't hit the Glimmer Shot. And so he's just going to be trying to harass Scar a bit. And landing a couple there is going to get him pretty low. The slow comes up. Zen Master Blue will land a stun. The Helios, the Solar Storm will be enough. And that's going to be another kill going the way of Ardent.
Another kill going into Ardent's gold advantage here. Already sitting about 1.5k here, 5 minutes into the game. Celeste approaching level 7. We know she gets that huge advantage once she hits level 8, gets the additional zoning potential and kill potential with those overdriven heliogenesis. Scar is working now into very likely what's going to be a tension bow. Already picking up a tier 2 armor, trying to be prepared for Shrub's ability to engage on him heavily. So sacrificing a little bit of damage to make sure that he can survive. The Poison Shiv obviously will help him heal up as well. That'll kind of even things out since the Lyra is going to be here to heal Shrub up as this game progresses.
So Shrub obviously going to be looking to go towards that Sorrow Blade. I assume so, at least. Just about at enough gold to be able to pick that up. So I would assume we'll clear out this wave and then rotate down to the shop in order to get that first tier 3 item. You delayed that first item a little bit by going into the tier 2 attack speed as well, but it's just going to be heading back to base. There's the Sorrow Blade coming out. That's going to be an initial item spike for Shrub. Crowley also has the Sorrow Blade, whereas Zen Master Blue opted for the Frostburn. On one side just going for pure damage whereas Ardent is looking for a little bit more utility in their first tier 3 items.
Yeah, Crowley will very likely go into the double Shatterglass build that's just so popular on this Kestrel. The ratios that she has on all of her abilities really just make it very effective. You don't have to really build piercing damage to continue. Zen Master Blue has now just hit level 8 and is going to have that overdrive on the Heliogenesis, as well as Scar has completed the Tension Bow. And this is really where Vox can start to take off. He doesn't really have to have that third item complete before he can really start to bring the damage.
That's going to be a lot of damage that we were talking about there. She Shrub able to return quite a bit onto Maurice, but they don't have the ability to get the kill. And one shot is going to be on cooldown. Zen Master Blue and Scar, as this game ramps up, those two are going to be doing more and more damage. That's something that the side of Tilt Rehab is going to have to be very much wary of. The gold miner is going to get worked on. No vision of the area, so Tilt Rehab doesn't really know that's going on. They get a little damage onto the turret in return, but that's a nice payout that members of Ardent were able to take. And now Shrub, he's going to be in trouble. He takes a fair bit of damage. Nice Helio. There's going to be wait for it, silencing him up, and the Solar Storm to secure the kill. And now they want to find another one, but Ali Peterson has the ultimate, uses the portals, and gets out to safety.
Yeah, now with the Celeste here in lane, this very likely could be a turret going on over to the side of Ardent. Maurice getting chunked out pretty quickly. That turret will fall. Again, Celeste just so good at sieging, as well as Vox with the Tension Bow Poison Chip has the attack speed and Pierce. He's pretty decent at taking turrets at this point too. We are now 8 minutes in the game, about a 3,000 gold advantage for Ardent. Scar has actually already completed a Metal Jacket, so really trying to prepare himself for this Ringo. I would have liked to see a little bit more go into the offense. I think he was probably fine with the tier 2 armor there. But now all 3 members of Tilt Rehab here in the lane.
Oh, that's going to be Hellfire Brew able to go out and find that kill. Then Master Blue has to be careful. Lots of Glimmer Shot damage coming through. The turret is so close to falling. Are they going to be able to get it? They're trying to get those Glimmer Shots onto it. So close to going down. Divine Intervention will top Zen Master Blue up, but he immediately gets taken down. The Echo has to be used to heal him again. Turret destroyed. One shot snipes out the Celeste, and just like that, Tilt Rehab answer the turret with one of their own and a couple of kills. Excellent play, excellent siege by the side of Tilt Rehab.
Yeah, it's one good thing that the Crystal Kestrel does have when she comes to lane, especially when Scar has no shield built besides what's naturally in the armor that he has. He got poked out immediately, and that's what really allowed Shrub to finish him off with a Hellfire Brew. Obviously, that does true damage. So without a reflex block, Scar was incredibly vulnerable. We still have a slight gold lead for Ardent, not quite as massive, and man, these Glimmer Shots are really starting to hurt. Crowley just a couple hundred gold away from a second Shatterglass.
Second Shatterglass, when that comes out, it's going to be a ton of burst for the CP Kestrel. We've already seen how much work it can do if it gets onto either Zen Master or Scar. Even the one-shot does a good chunk onto Maurice the Beast. That's going to be a definite good sign for Tilt Rehab. If they can find that damage, Glimmer Shots doing a bit of work there. Zen Master going to go low. There's no Echo available if the members of Tilt Rehab can force a fight here in the next couple of seconds, but it's about to come off cooldown, so Maurice will have that double heal available if an engage does happen.
I think if you're Maurice, you really have to build into some additional shield here. You have to be able to survive those Glimmer Shots. If you are forced over and over again to heal yourself, hold on here, Bacon. Steal comes through.
The gold mine gets stolen, and now the fight is on. Ali Peterson and Crowley are going to be running away. So is Shrub, but Ali Peterson going low. One shot comes out. Zen Master's going to get the heal from Maurice. Not the strongest of heals, as it's still level 1. Scar, he wants to try and re-engage, but with Shrub still being full health and the Crystal Sentry looming, they are going to end up backing off. But that's still a nice steal there on the gold miner.
Yeah, good steal, and definitely what they needed after that last fight, and turret loss for them. Again, I think Maurice needs to either build into just bulk health or additional shields so that he can really soak up some of those glimmer shots and then make a hard engagement. The second Shatterglass is now complete for Crowley, so a lot of damage potential as there's no shield built on Zen Master Blue or Scar yet. The Breaking Point is now complete for Scar, but we still don't have a Reflex block or the Crucible built for Maurice the Beast, so that Hellfire Brew, if it can find a low target, can, you know, really be an easy way to finish off a low kill.
Yeah, even though it's a weapon, Ringo, the Hellfire Brew still has pretty good base numbers, and if you don't block it, that burn damage, it can really sneak up on you and do a lot of hurt. Contraption going to be finished off here by Allie Peterson. That's a very important item. Having vision control when you have a CP Kestrel is absolutely crucial. Whether the Kestrel's on your team or on the opposition, you want to be able to have this vision down, either to know where Kestrel is if you're against her, or to know where she can go safely if it's your teammate. And so we'll see the scout trap start to get spammed out by Lyra. It's going to be a bright bulwark, doesn't cancel anything out. The Holy Shield preventing so much of that damage from the one shot. And that couldn't have been timed any better for Maurice the Beast to get hit by the one shot while the Holy Shield was up. Tornado Trigger completed for Shrub, however.
Yeah, I believe, if I remember correctly, Bacon, the Holy Shield is 40% damage reduction?
40% at base, and it has a CP scaling on it as well, but obviously Maurice doesn't have the CP, so it is 40%. That's still a massive damage reduction.
Yeah, especially with that Divine Intervention, being able to cast onto one of your allies can definitely provide a little additional tankiness for them, particularly Vox, who's going to want to try to follow up on Celeste will get some poke damage down and then be clearly looking to come in for a kill shortly thereafter. Crowley with no defense is very susceptible if he's able to get engaged on. But we have a fight starting up here.
Yeah, Maurice getting caught out a little bit, but a nice stun onto the Lyra. Solar Storm's going to rip through the members of Tilt Rehab. They chase down Shrub, and that's a quick 2 kills. Maurice thought they had Maurice caught out on his own, but the rest of the team was right around the corner. They're able to find those 2 kills. This is going to be another gold miner going over to Ardent as they body block the one shot. 211 gold to each member. Ardent able to find themselves a little bit of more of a lead here now. It's still a very close game, but every one of these small advantages seems to be going the way of Ardent Esports now.
Indeed, and we have the clockwork finished now for Crowley. He's going to be able to sustain his energy management a lot easier. As this game goes on, he's definitely going to have to start building into a bit of Pierce, though. We do have some shield forming on Zen Master Blue, and a Scar, as he gets the gold, will very likely turn this reflex block into an Aegis. Do have a bit of vision for both teams right now. As this vision gets cleared out by Rehab, though, we do have a little bit of an advantage. Hellfire Brew ready to come out.
Hellfire Brew is going to be used. It doesn't really get much work done, though. And it's going to be members of Ardent continuing to push up. If they can find vision, if they can find the engage onto one of these squishy heroes, especially someone like Crowley, who has all offense. It's going to hit a big one-shot onto Zen Master. Zen Master, without having any defense really himself, just takes so much damage from that ability. Maurice, walking right through the mustache brush, is going to be punished heavily. Is he going to be going down portal forward? They're trying to get this kill. They're going to be able to take Maurice down. He did get one Divine Intervention off onto Scar, but now with Kraken up, this could be a chance for the side of Tilt Rehab to start it up. They're going to set the traps, the active camos, so that if it's going to be contested, they can find some damage. That Zen Master just absolutely nuked. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was some burst damage.
Yeah, double trap with the double Shatterglass glitter shot. Definitely was able to clean that up. That is going to be a Kraken going over, and that's one of my, unfortunately I gotta say it, it's one of my biggest pet peeves for captains. Maurice the Beast face checking that bush with the entire team of Rehab there with a full inventory of flares. And I can't stress it enough how careful you have to be with the amount of single target damage Ringo is able to put out, let alone the fact that Lyra was able to portal in, Kester was able to get some good glimmer shots down. Ardent is all up and should be able to defend this. Rehab does have to be careful on this push just because of the range of Celeste.
Yeah, but they also have a lot of damage they can dish out onto the turrets as they're trying to rotate up into position. Kraken gets onto the choke point. These turrets going to go down quick, but they're actually putting damage onto the members of Ardent instead. First Divine Intervention is going to get used. The Echo gets popped. The turret is down. One shot just deletes Zen Master. Oh, again, when you don't have defense against the CP Kestrel, you have to be so careful of your positioning. Maurice is just going to get blown up as well. It's all up to Scar with the Kraken finally going down. Is Scar going to make it onto his Sanctuary? He is, but looks like Rehab, they just want to work on this turret. They're not going to quite take it down. Oh, they're so close. You can take that. Crowley, finish off the turret. No, he's going to back out. He's not going to risk it. He had more than enough damage. He could have easily taken that turret down, but Tilt Rehab going to play it a little bit safe.
Yeah, they found an absolutely great fight there. I definitely think Crowley, with his 5 adrenaline stacks, could have easily just pumped some glimmer shots into that turret, took it down, and then even if he wasn't able to finish out the game, obviously being a Crystal Kestrel, they very easily could have formed together one last push as a team. This is giving Ardent like a little bit of a second chance at life here. They have to be better with the flares. You can't, at this point in the game, get caught out, especially as the captain, just because, yeah, if your carries aren't able to survive, then there's nothing they're going to be able to do into a 2v3. Ardent, to me, has the better composition here, and now that they have some shield built, I think it'll be a little bit easier for them. Again, Crowley, no defense. If he takes any damage, Vox is literally going to be able to dance right through him.
Yeah, that's going to be a serious concern, but at the same time, all it takes is one engage for the side of Tilt Rehab, and they will be able to close this one out. Zen Master Blue needs to be extremely careful with their positioning. As 4, 3, and 1, not too many deaths, but all gets caught out here by the one shot. Is going to get healed up a fair bit. Soulstorm doesn't quite connect the way they want it to. However, Scar is on the backline. Scar finds the first kill, but Shrub has gotten onto Zen Master. Is going to block out the core collapse and chases on down. Finds the kill with that one going through. It's going to be Scar chasing out onto Ali Peterson, finding that one. So 2 for 1 in favor of Ardent means that Shrub is not going to be able to try and go in and end this game. It was a very hectic fight, but it ends up coming out in favor of Ardent. They're going to start working on this Kraken. This is going to be a little bit risky. They aren't going to have the fastest clear speed on it, and with Crowley up in just a few seconds, Shrub can just move down and try and find vision on this, and a one-shot steal is a very real possibility.
A one-shot steal is a possibility, especially with Shrub here giving vision. Ardent definitely has to be careful.
Scar doesn't have much energy. Shrub can go to town on this. Actually, with Crowley coming over, Kraken's gonna perhaps reset. Oh, but Maurice is dropped to a sliver of health. And now Tilt Rehab, they're gonna look to try and finish this Kraken off. Scar is here, so is Zen Master Blue, but Kraken is unleashed. Here comes the Hellfire Brew. It's gonna be onto Scar. He's gonna block that up. Can they cancel these recalls? Maurice is going to get out. And I don't know if they have vision on Scar. They're trying to find anyone they can, but they're not going to find any of them. However, with that Kraken unleashed, with only a sliver of health on that final turret, they can just push in. Ardent needs to fight and needs to fight early. They're going to try and catch Alley. Core Clock doesn't connect, but they get onto Shrub. Silence comes through. They're going to be looking for this damage, but they can't quite find it. Crowley has to back off. Solar Storm goes right through Shrub. Gets them all low, but the Bright Bulwark stops the engage. This is all just buying time. They need to stop recalls so that Kraken can get in there and get the work done that they need. Zen Master's going to get caught out a bit. Core Collapse will stun up Lyra, but that's not who you need to stun. Shrub finds one. However, it's answered quickly. Scar trying to do work. Scar will take one. Scar takes another. Triple kill for Scar. Gets healed by the Divine Intervention. However, they have to stop this Kraken, and I don't know if they actually have enough damage to do so, as it's already onto the crystal and has it to half health. This is going to be Tilt Rehab taking the game.
Tilt Rehab should easily be able to close this out.
Yeah, the Kraken's
there's just not enough damage. When it comes down to it, there's just not enough damage. So, Scar has 4 offensive items on Vox, and that I'm not a fan of. He lost literally every single duel with Ringo because Ringo has that natural attack speed built into his kit, as well as that initial guaranteed crit if he's killed something with his last basic attack. So cleaning up a minion, he's going to have that guaranteed critical strike going into the engagement.
Can we just stop for a second, pause, look at what you witnessed? First of all, Ringo was the final pick here by Tilt Rehab, and I asked, is this their trump card? Is this, I mean, obviously Shrub showing us that he is a very competent Ringo. The macro play is what won Tilt Rehab. They did not have the most kills. In fact, they did not have the most kills at all at any point in that game, at least for most of that game, Tasty and Denominate. But they focused on objectives. They always pressured the lane, and when Ardent would get a kill or 2 kills, there was nothing they could do with those kills. It just seemed like not able to obtain kills for the purpose of getting objectives. Instead, just fighting for fights and getting really nothing for it. Very problematic, if you ask me, because what you end up having is a lot of energy and time and resources were spent on getting kills onto Rehab, but never able to get too many objectives for it. And while Rehab was able to get objectives without even having to get that many kills, that's the kind of macro play that when you start to see like a really good team, that's what you start to see. And I'm impressed. I mean, Denominated, these guys showed up pretty big game 1.
They did show up really big game 1, and again, this team has been upsetting teams along the line. They just took down Intensity, the 5 seed team, so this roster is looking really good right now. Particularly Crowley had some really good active camos in that last game, but I think more of it was Ardent had a lot of misplays really on their end. Face checking bushes when you had a full inventory of flares. There's no reason for you to face check into a team that can take you down in a matter of seconds.
That's true. Yeah, that's a massive challenge on positioning, and we didn't see a lot of vision by either team even, and that was another big problem. Was like you don't have vision on what's going on, so you end up just playing purely off mechanics and gut. And there were some really clutch one shots that came out. We saw a one shot actually 1 kill kind of scenario, which was really impressive, doing over 500 damage. We saw multiple times Celeste getting blown up. So when you're going up against the Kester, you gotta have that vision. You gotta be aware, because it gives you that information ahead of time. Oh, right, they're good position for a fight. They're looking for engage, and not getting caught out. Lyra did phenomenal in that matchup. We saw near the end they were actually able. They were losing the fight. The Solar Storm would come out, pushed them back, but then they repositioned. They actually passaged onto the Celeste, and then they were able to take her out right away. And then that just completely turned the game back in favor of Tilt Rehab. So with that, guys, we are looking to get into this next draft here, game number 2. I think everybody's just about ready to go here. Let me just make sure we're ready to go, as we do have to get this all set up for them. But man, I mean, we've talked about like the fact that this team's been upsetting team after team after team here. But it really is likely that, they've gone to many 3 games. Ardent could get back into this series, but it was just so much energy that has to be spent by these opponents to Tilt Rehab to make it happen. All right. Well, with that, guys, I think we're just about ready to get into this matchup. Looks like we should see everyone jumping in here in just a few seconds.
We should be getting ready to get into the draft.
Do you see it, Day Nominate, by the way? Do you see
I
it?
do see it, yes.
Right.
I'm already in there, ready to go. Rocking and rolling.
Just checking with the teams to make sure that I didn't mess up anything on my end. Getting it set up for them. All right. So I'm just checking here, just communicate with the team. Sorry for the pause in the audio. We are here. We are live.
Alrighty, well, we should be getting ready to get into draft here. We don't see anything going on yet.
Yeah, I'm just checking here with the players right now, communicating. I think we're ready to get in. Let me ask them if we can start. And if I get the all clear, I'm going to get this start button pushed.
It looks like we just had a bunch of connections there, so we should be getting into here. I definitely think we're going to see some interesting things this game. I think we could even potentially see a Kestrel band come out of Ardent just because of the good positioning that Curly had on the last game. Again, the flex pick in that Kestrel was absolutely brilliant, and then having the Ringo lock in there to really be able to duel out the Vox worked out well for them. They did ban away the Catherine here first, though.
Yeah, we saw the Catherine ban. Ardent's been banning Glaive quite a bit, but I think they need to steer away from that. You don't want Baron to come through the draft if you're not going to pick it up. You may need to, like you said, think about maybe the Kestrel in this circumstance, because you got to mix up the teams of how they play. That you don't want Tilt Rehab being on a composition they're going to feel comfortable with. And I'm sure Ardent's trying to scratch their head on what composition might be their best. Like how do they counter what they just witnessed? So, needless to say, they are going to go with the Glaive again. I mean, I'm not sure if the Glaive ban makes sense here all the time. I'm kind of curious why they're so focused on that first ban every single game here tonight.
It could be. I mean, it could potentially be targeted.
Could be.
For example, if Curlier Zenmaster Blue plays. Oh, things are wrong here. These teams aren't right. That's why I'm confused. So potentially Curly or Shrub just could play a good Glaive, and maybe Ardent doesn't want to go into that. It's definitely interesting. It does leave both of the healers open. They do take the Lyra here onto A side, which will very likely lead to a Grace here again for the side of Ardent.
Or it could just be one giant debated into ban that Glaive. I don't see the need necessarily. Not every game. It's an interesting concept because I feel like there's a reason that their compositions they feel maybe struggle with the Glaive, and I'm just we saw them. They actually banned Glaive, I believe, almost every single series tonight.
Yeah, they've pretty much had a exclusive ban here on the Glaive, particularly in the first ban, which is interesting to me. They do pick up the Baron, so the Grace is very likely getting taken off the table here now for the side of Tilt Rehab. I don't think you let the Baron and the Grace go through. It doesn't make sense.
And then I think you pick the Ardent. I think the Ardent's like the definitely with the Baron pick makes a lot of sense.
I think you continue to keep the B side flexibility strong here. I think you go with something like a Baptiste. I mean, you could go for the Ardent, just that safe captain pick. But again,
well, you're right,
being on B side. Yeah, the Lyra's already picked, so we can almost assure that on A side we already have the captain solidified. They do go with the Ardent, which is the safe route. It does function pretty well with Baron. However, I would have liked to see a Baptiste here just because you can have that flexibility. You could have also potentially gone with something like a Kashka or a Krull, which if you do get comfortable playing those, they can be decent flex picks. The Vox is now picked up for the side of Tilt Rehab again. This does have the potential to out-duel a Baron as long as the burst damage finds another target. That's obviously going to be a weapon laner here now for the side of Tilt Rehab. So there's a couple Crystal Junglers they have available to them. I don't think Taka is a very smart pick here just because Ardent in general is very good into Taka. But I do think since we are still on 1.6, either a Samuel or a Sky here could potentially make sense, or even a Crystal Blackfeather.
Yeah, I mean, they're spending a lot of time thinking about it, and there's so many crystal junglers they could go with. It's like, how do you get on the Baron? How do you deal with it? We've seen mages come out, right? Like that Scarf and Celeste that could be used to try to get to that late game with it, and the Celeste is ultimately what they're gonna pick. But it is still a really tough. We haven't seen it work out all the time, right? We see it picked because in theory it could work. It's not necessarily as successful as they'd like. But I think what they have here, though, is if they can survive the early game without too much, they can scale with the Baron pretty effectively. But then the Blackfeather comes in. This is specifically to try to shut down that Kestrel as well. I'm sorry, Celeste.
The Celeste.
Yeah. Oops.
It's a little interesting to see the Blackfeather here. Fox particularly has a fairly decent time going into Blackfeather, especially as the game goes on. So it is a little bit of a risk if you don't snowball hard enough. Tilt Rehab in particular just looked really good in that last game. So I definitely think this lineup that they have here has some potential to deal with the Baron, specifically if Celeste is able to safely get some of those Heliogenesis onto the back line. Blackfeather kind of has to play the same role here that we saw the Taka do earlier for the side of Ardent, which is you have to burst somebody low enough that really allows Baron to get in and get an execute style attack down.
It's really risky though. The Baron is so strong.
The Baron is so strong, but the Lyra, if we do have an engage out of Blackfeather, the Lyra can drop the Bright Bulwark. He cannot activate his abilities once he's in that bulwark. And Ardent can also not Vanguard or Gauntlet into the fight at that point. That would have to be either Blackfeather trying to back out of the fight, which is going to let Vox ramp up, or they have to potentially fight around that bulwark and then get a Vanguard into Blackfeather thereafter.
Well, we're going to find out how it's all going to pan out, guys. We are jumping into game number 2. This could be the upset of the century, well, or of just split 2 of summer season. Kicking it off to you, Tasty Bacon and Denomine.
All right, this is going to be an exciting one, that's for sure, regardless of who wins it. Allie Peterson, well, going to be finding a little bit of trouble here as both Zen Master Blue and Maurice the Beast are going to be chasing him down, but here's the rest of Rehab here to contest, and all of a sudden it's a 3-on-3 at this first jungle camp. Not something we see very frequently anymore, Denomine, but it doesn't look like it's going to come too much.
Yeah, and usually when we do see a 3-man rotation down, it's one team or the other. It's pretty infrequent that we see them both come down as a 3-man group. If I saw that correctly, I think Ardent did actually get the Treant, so
they did, yep.
A little bit of gold in their pocket, but definitely a slow rotation up for Scar. I don't know really how much advantage Ardent found in that, but they will be looking here to hopefully take an advantage over the Celeste. Celeste has rotated up to the lane, though, and again, this is really what you have to do with these Crystal Mage junglers is you have to use their sieging to your advantage, especially since Baron doesn't have a lot of damage yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for Baron. And Baron is also one of the most difficult heroes to farm under the turret with because of the splash damage. Most heroes, it's just one attack or one turret shot, and then you can take out one of the small minions, 2 shots, and you can take out a large minion. But with Baron, because of his splash damage, it becomes a lot more difficult to actually finalize the hits on each of those minions. So just pushing him underneath his turret constantly can build you just a natural CS lead. As long as you're accurate with taking your last hits in the process, you can really get yourself an early game lead over a Baron.
Yeah, and we don't see a huge lead so far. We've only got a couple hundred gold in the side of Rehab and a couple additional CS on Shrub here. Forcing this wave up, though, Celeste, if she rotates up after her next jungle rotation, she will be level 4, has that heavy prism available to her. So again, when you have the crystal jungler and you know your rotation is ahead, it's perfectly safe and acceptable to rotate up and just try to get some damage down on the turret and force your opponents back. And specifically with the Lyra, that's going to help you be able to sustain if the enemy does trade damage back at you.
Speaking of damage, that's going to be them trying to chase down the Shrub. Not quite going to be able to secure a kill. Nice job getting out of harm's way by Shrub, but did have to use his boots for that. Tier 1 boots going to have a long cooldown. Means he's going to be vulnerable if this wave pushes up again, and he doesn't have the help of Lyra at his side. But you pointed out the CS, only a couple difference, but it's only 2 to 3 minutes into the game, and if you have a couple CS lead that early on, if you continue to build that much of a lead every minute that goes by, you eventually have yourself a massive advantage. And so that's why it's all about the war of attrition, just small little victories. We talk about it all the time, where you may not be able to take a humongous lead off your opponents early, but if you can just take a little lead, but constantly take a little bit more every single time, you will eventually have yourself a dominant showing by the time you get to the 15 to 16 minute mark. And that's what Tilt Rehab is going to be looking to do against this Baron. They're going to have to do against this Baron, because once he comes online, it's going to be very difficult for them to avoid eating all of the damage that he has to dish out.
Crowley specifically doing a good job with his rotations this game, making sure that wave does get forced up under turret. That's what's really making it kind of difficult for Scar to farm. Again, only a couple CS behind so far, but as the game goes on, Celeste gets that level 8. She will be able to zone him much easier, and that's really going to make it difficult for him to make a safe engage. So this game for the side of Ardent is going to be based, for me at least, around Maurice the Beast and Zen Master Blue. And then Scar really just trying to clean up a fight after that. That's another CS there missed for Scar. Again, Curly, these rotations so aggressive. Here we go.
That's going to be a bright bulwark trying to stop things up. Scar is going to get stunned. That's going to mean a lot of damage dropped onto his head. With these Helios, Shrub trying to make the plays happen. Solar Storm is going to come through, but it doesn't actually find first blood. That went to Zen Master Blue, able to take down the kill on the Shrub just a split second before the Solar Storm got the kill on the Scar, and it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Ardent.
2-for-1 trade in favor of Ardent, taking a slight advantage. Allie Peterson actually does steal away that Treant from Ardent's rotation. Crowley, level 6, did use the Solar Storm in that last fight, so it'll be down for a little bit. And has actually gone with the Eve first on Celeste. I'm not sure how I personally feel about that, going into the Baron and the large amount of poke that Blackfeather can do. You really just want to focus on your zoning damage and make sure that Baron doesn't have a safe opportunity to engage. The sustain definitely can still have the same potential. It's just going to take you more heliogenesis to do so.
So now with Tilt Rehab, losing out on that trade, definitely not going to be happy with those results, but just going to stick around, see if they can find anything by, again, just looking to apply this pressure. I have to give credit to Scar. He's done a really good job of this farming, but you can see that lead is slowly increasing, although Shrub is going to be so close to falling. The fountain will be used by Allie in order to make sure that Shrub stays alive, and all 3 members of Ardent still hanging around this lane. They're going to have to make sure that they don't get themselves caught out. But Crowley, he needs to do the same thing. He's going to get hit by the gauntlet and taken down a little bit too far forward on this squishy Celeste, and Ardent makes him pay.
Yeah, and that was actually really good from Maurice. Really good gauntlet from Maurice the Beast. Ardent looking to get some damage down on this turret now. They should be able to take it. There it is right there, but man, there comes the fountain, just barely saving Zen Master Blue.
Zen Master Blue just narrowly avoids going down. Scar also gets dropped pretty low, but they're going to be able to stick around and get that turret. That's going to be a big gold burst for them, and a nice little lead that Scar, again, had slowly been falling behind in terms of CS, but with those couple of kills, with the pressure they've been able to put on, Scar has actually regained the lead, and actually it's more that they're even now, as the minion wave is going to be evening out here in the middle of the lane. But that's great news for Scar, terrible news for the side of Tilt Rehab. If this Baron can come online around the same time as Vox, he's already got those 2 items completed. Both of these players have 2 items completed offensive in their inventories. And that means Scar is going to start really packing a punch.
Yeah, especially since Baron's heroic perk gives him the additional weapon damage on those rockets. It's and the splash damage nonetheless. So if he can get an attack down onto multiple targets, that's going to start chunking away health really quickly. There's a beautiful scout trap here up in the top lane bush. How much vision it's granting, maybe not a lot, but it's one that does provide vision and will likely not get popped just because the composition from Rehab doesn't really prioritize that top bush unless if Celeste wants to make a rotation up there.
Yeah, it's going to be there for a while, and well, right now it doesn't provide a lot of position. Gauntlet, double stun, so much damage onto Crowley. He's going to narrowly avoid death for a moment, as it was Shrub that then got focused on the bottom side, but they're going to continue chasing right on through. Ardent finding the damage. Ali Peterson dodges out the on point, but it doesn't matter. That's an ace. And with Scar staying in the lane to push this turret, this is very likely going to be turret number 2, going the way of Ardent. Actually, no, he's going to back off with the respawns coming through. Doesn't want to risk it.
Oh, that Solar Storm almost killed Zen Master Blue. Ooh. So close, Crowley, so close. Zen Master Blue is going to make it out with the entire rotation of Rehab there.
Very narrowly avoiding death was Zen Master Blue, but now are they going to try and push up themselves? It looks like Tilt Rehab, because they're assuming that Zen Master Blue would have had to recall, but Zen Master Blue is right here, ready to defend this turret, and the damage is coming out. Where is Scar, though? Scar looks like he might be having a connection issue, although he's moving now. That was very unfortunate timing, as they may have been able to find another couple of kills if he had been able to rocket jump or jump jets himself up into the lane with the rest of the team.
Yeah, if they would have found some kills there, that would have very likely equated out to a turret for Ardent, as well as the gold mine would have been free pickings. Scar maybe still having some connection issues, trying to be pretty careful here in the lane. But here comes Rehab. At least Shrub and Ali Peterson are now up. Maurice letting us know that Gauntlet will be available here in just a moment. The wait for it is down though, and that's a pretty big utility item for Vox. That silence is not yet available, and Zen Master Blue ready to fight, but Scar looking to recall and spend some gold here to finish up this Tyrant monocle. Yeah, definitely looking like we might have some connection issues from Scar though. He actually recalled with enough gold to buy the monocle and has returned to lane without buying it, Bacon.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation. Looks like Scar, I mean, yeah, there's got to be some kind of connection issue going on there. Really unfortunate to see, but hopefully it can get sorted out shortly. And you'd hate to see this game where Ardent are clearly in the lead end up swinging back the other way due to the connection, but unfortunately it is in the rules. All players are responsible for their own connection, and Scar's gonna get jumped on here. I don't even know if they realize that he has a connection issue because he was just farming up the lane. That's gonna be a kill. Gauntlet comes out, but with more Zen Master Blue coming up, they're gonna try and answer. However, the heals from Lyra are going to be strong enough that they can avoid any deaths. Are they going to stick around and try and put pressure onto this turret, though, is the question. Zen Master take a little bit of poke. Ali healing the team up, and they go right in underneath this turret. It should very well go down. The bulwark's going to come out to dissuade any aggression from Zen Master Blue. Turret falls, and Tilt Rehab going to get themselves back into this game with that turret take.
Yeah, it's definitely a little unfortunate for Ardent here. Definitely don't like to see players disconnect from the game. It is unfortunate, but it happens. Scar does appear to maybe be back. He has that Tyrant's monocle now complete and is returning into the lane. Zen Master Blue doing a really good job of this game, particularly on this Crystal Blackfeather, though. He does have the Broken Myth and the Shatterglass now.
Yeah, you can see the scoreline there. 4-0-2 has been able to make a really big impact. Scar looks like he's back now. That's some proper Baron farming that we're seeing. So it looks like the situation has sorted itself out, and it's going to be a little bit of a rotation down here, but it's only 2 members. Scar going back to base once again. He's going to be looking to wait and buy himself a couple of items there. Gets the lucky coin. That's going to be able to add a little bit more of that crit into the build as he goes for a second monocle. And perhaps the connection issues have returned for him as he's still hanging out in the sanctuary. And it's tough to see, but hey, there's not really anything that can be done about it, unfortunately. As everyone already knows, the players are responsible for their own connections, and something that Ardent are going to have to try and sort out ASAP.
Yeah, Scar looking like he might be back. Nope, still looking like he's having some connection issues. That is quite a
there we go. They finally get the pause in.
We get a pause.
So, I didn't want to say anything about it before, but as many of you have seen, we frequently can pause games that we are spectating. But there is a rule that was put in place where the players have to request the pause. It can be paused, but one of the players has to, or someone from the team has to request it. And so they finally get the request in for the pause. And so we are going to be taking a short break in the action in order to allow Ardent to try and get the situation sorted.
Yeah, it does look like that is what is going on. It is connection issues. I'm getting an update from Dragon right now.
I was just gonna...
Looks like he wanted to wait it out because he thought it was just spiking for a second, and it clearly got worse. So we gave him a chance to reset his internet. And hey, Scar's here! Yay! We have a Baron that's playing again. This is going to be exciting to see if they can.
The players do have very easy contact with the admins here at VIS. So they were in contact with them. And they asked if he wanted to pause. He said no. I'm pretty sure it's just spikes. It should be fine in a moment. We're just going to keep playing it out, but it just didn't improve, and so finally did ask for the pause. And hopefully it looks like things. They're obviously the ones who told him it was okay. They were good to unpause. So hopefully things are going to be sorted from here on out.
He looks like he's here.
Yeah,
looks like
he's here.
So
been moving pretty steadily.
So they still, despite the lag there, do have a little bit of a gold lead still. Here we got a fight breaking out though.
And Gauntlet is going to come down, blocks everyone in for a bit. They're trying to return this damage. Solar Storm goes out, doesn't find a kill, and that's instead going to be Crowley, the first one to fall. That's Scar jumping on in. Scar's definitely here as he finds another kill, although that one went over to Zen Master. And Ali Peterson going to be on the run, should be able to get out, but Kraken has just spawned. The worst possible time to lose a fight is right at the 15-minute mark. And unfortunately, for the side of Tilt Rehab, they are going to be feeling the pain of that unless Ali Peterson can make the hero play.
Yeah, with some vision in that bush, it's definitely going to be risky. What really... Oh, man, hold on. The sigil's down. They're waiting for it to burn out, and there it is. Smart play from Ardent there. They will get the Kraken buff, which is going to obviously top them all up in health. What really went well for Ardent in that last fight is as the gauntlet came down and Tilt Rehab tried to disengage, they were all sitting right on top of each other. The Baron jump jets came through, as well as a triple on point came through, and that was just a absolutely massive spike of damage onto the entire enemy team. The Fountain and the Sigil were burned in a matter of a second in that fight, and Ardent finds some footing here. Big engage,
this is going to be Tilt Rehab trying to engage onto them. The Bulwark gets put down. It's a lot of damage initially, but they haven't found any of these kills. Scar starting to trade some big damage with the burst. The Solar Storm not quite going to find him, but the basic attacks will. Now it's going to be 2 kills taken. Zen Master Blue, the only member left, but Tilt Rehab have to turn around to work on this Kraken. Zen Master Blue, you got to be careful, but he's just going to be trying to distract, just trying to maybe pull him off Kraken, buy a little bit of time. Maybe get a little bit of damage onto the turret himself. He's got Shrub pretty low, but the Sigil's going to come out to top him up. And now he's going to have to leave as Kraken is about to fall. Does take the turret, though. So, choke point turret destroyed. And Ardent are going to have the base available to them if they can find themselves another fight.
It's with a Baron on the team, it would really only require one more ace, and they should be able to cleanly find the end of this game. Scar is working towards that 4th offensive item. As he cleans up the backs here, he'll get closer and closer. Then Master Blue gonna top off. Scar not quite enough gold to finish this 4th item. He does need a little additional gold. If you are the side of Tilt Rehab here, the biggest thing for you in these fights is just don't group up. Every fight they've lost is because Baron has got excessive amounts of splash damage down. Celeste really just needs to try to get some poke down without taking too much in return. Allie Peterson needs to heal up any damage that Crowley does take from Blackfeather.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely crucial, but now 17, almost 18 minutes into this game, things are going to start getting very, very tense. Tilt Rehab has a pretty hefty climb in front of them if they're going to come back, although the gold is actually very close. And the momentum is fully in the favor of Ardent as they find a gauntlet. No one's going to get stunned by it. Nice disengage from the side of Tilt Rehab. They're actually going to be the ones that get the better of that engagement. And that's going to give them a little bit of a push here where they can get some perhaps damage out of this turret, but they're going to have to be very careful because obviously most members of Ardent are still very healthy. They have a lot still available to them with the exception of the ion cannon and the gauntlet. No fountain was used, no crucible was used. And so this is just going to be Kraken respawning. Rehab took away a lot of vision that Ardent had put down throughout the past few minutes. That could be big for them if they can get control of this middle of the map. If they can find an opportunity, that's going to be a bulwark in, but just barely getting out is Scar. You have about half a second after the portal comes through to start up the jump jets, and as long as you start it before the bulwark comes down, you will be able to get that channel off and jump away. That was such a close call there for Scar.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about Baron's overdriven jump jets is that anti-crowd control that's built into it. That's really one of the things that makes Baron such an adaptable play style, just because you aren't subject to as much of that stun or just movement canceling that Rehab has here to offer. It can get out of a core collapse, it can get out of the way of a wait for it. Both teams have essentially everything available here, so we could see a pretty intense fight here in just a moment, Bacon.
Yeah, it's all going to depend on these rotations that are being made. This looks like Tilt Rehab, they're going to come down. All right, there's going to be the portal engaged. That one actually snares up the Baron. The team follows in. They're all stacked up, but it doesn't matter because they've taken out Scar. This is massive for Tilt Rehab. If they can get themselves onto one of these other two members, it's going to be Kraken going over. They actually start up the Kraken while Shrub continues chasing, just forcing Ardent away. Now they're going to turn back to the Kraken. They need to be careful. Zen Master Blue can still do a lot of damage to them as they get healed up a bit. They take their attention off the Kraken now as they've gotten onto the members of Ardent. Another portal through is going to disrupt everything, and it's going to be Maurice the Beast going down very low. Zen Master gets out over the wall. Maurice somehow is still alive, and has Tilt Rehab just blown this whole thing up. They had such a good opportunity after that pick. After blowing up Scar in an instant, they get nothing off of that pick.
One of the things that Scar should have done in that fight, the portal came in and the entire enemy team brought the portal in. He should have just taken the portal out.
He was stunned. Yeah, the portal came through, a core collapse dropped onto him, and then there was just, he couldn't do anything. He was blown up before he really even had much control of his character again. He didn't even get a basic attack off.
I must have missed that. I must have missed that core collapse then in the commotion that was going on. Because if he would have taken that portal out, he would have had a lot of potential to get huge amounts of splash damage down. Ardent, however, did a great job wasting a lot of time from Tilt Rehab.
Oh, yeah.
So realistically, they didn't really lose anything off of that Baron kill.
Oh, Tilt Rehab, they're getting pushed in. Ardent is looking to just shove into their base. This is so risky, a big gauntlet. They're going to be kind of grouped up. Crowley is just deleted. Shrub, can he get the kill on the Scar? That's going to be crucial, but he's not going to be able to do it. And Ardent, they have just basically won this game. There's nowhere for Allie to go, and that's an ace. What a decision from Ardent to recognize they had the positional advantage and just shove in the lane, force the members of a Tilt Rehab to have to respond, and just catching them out in that movement. Excellent job by Ardent. They even the series up, and we are going to a Game 3.
And this has really been the story of Tilt Rehab all split long. Is Game 3 after Game 3 after Game 3. They had some really good engages in that game that they were able to find some pretty good shutdowns onto Scar, but in the end, it does come down with Ardent. And Zenmaster Blue on this Crystal Blackfeather had a amazing performance.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really wild team to watch. They played really well. Rehab did. Ardent coming in very huge here. This is why, boys and girls, you don't let Baron through. This Baron, it's just, I've never seen him scale to late game and not win the game. Like, if you let him get past the 20-minute mark, very, very rarely, in extremely rare circumstances, does he not win through, especially when you've banned a Catherine and an Idris away in those games. So in those circumstances, I'm really surprised a lot of teams still will feel, well, we can let it through. There are other priority bans, because Baron typically is one that's just so hard to work against. Ardent gets the win, but they played really well in spite of some massive lag that they had, so kind of glad to see them overcome that. You never want to see a team lose a match because of potential lag issues, which definitely impacted them, lost an objective that way. But Denominate, you know, this is going to be a crazy Game 3 because these teams are so evenly matched. I mean, right now, this could go either way. Depending on the draft, we could actually see Tilt Rehab take this series.
We could. It could definitely go either way. We've seen both of these teams have a really good performance into the other. I think we'll have a better call of it going into the draft. It's just so hard. I mean, Tilt Rehab looked like the more organized team in Game 1. Ardent looked like the more organized team in Game 2. The Celeste is very hit or miss into the Baron. And specifically paired with the Lyra, I do like the push potential that Celeste has. They were doing a very good job of it in the early game. The Celeste was rotating up, taking good advantage of the Lyra being able to help sustain. But as the game got later, like you said, Baron gets to a point that he's very difficult to deal with, especially when you don't have somebody that can make a safe hard engage onto him. So Lyra goes in, she's incredibly weak. And what really was the downfall is the entire team would take the portal into a Baron and a Crystal Blackfeather who have just a massive amount of AoE damage that can just blow your team up if you're all clustered.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of why, you know, the Lyra going in on herself, if she builds enough defense, she could hold that Baron down. But it did require, even with the Celeste, to go in really hard engages, which they weren't necessarily always required, and we did see them win fights by getting that poke on over time, building up like broken mist stacks. I will say though, interesting development here. We are looking at getting a sub in for the side of Tilt Rehab. They are subbing out, it looks like Shrub, and they're putting in Jazzville. So a little bit of a change here. Jazzville definitely had played some matches with them early on in the season. I'm not sure if he's their starter or if he truly is a sub. It's hard. We don't really get a lot of that. I mean, you know, we were told originally yes, but, you know, it's hard to say which is their better composition. But for whatever reason, they feel like this is the right call on this point. This likely could impact the draft as well from what we've seen coming out of the side of Tilt Rehab.
Yeah, I think often enough in challengers, at least when we do see a sub come in, usually the sub offers a little bit different of a hero pool availability. So this definitely could affect the way that the draft goes. We've seen both Jazzville and Shrub, at least through the lineup played in each of the brackets. We've seen both of them play. Again, there's just not a whole lot of footage on this team in general.
Right.
Just because of where their seeding fell. They always, for the most part, fell into matches with the exception. I think we saw them play on day one. Again, they played against Misfits on day one, right? And it was an upset?
Yeah, day one, and got that upset, which was pretty surprising. And from
I
there,
think that was really one of the only games we actually got to see them play. Their seeding always fell in that off-stream match, so the preparation level that Ardent had available to them is pretty minuscule. Ardent does have the A-side draft here, and I personally like drafting on B-side more because just the flexibility that you have makes it a much easier experience to win the draft. It's so hard to say. Both of these teams have had a game now that they just looked incredibly great at. I think we'll be able to have a better idea of which way we think it's going to go as this draft gets going.
Well, Glaive Catherine band, this sure looks familiar. Ardent, again, prioritizing that Glaive band here. They do get first pick, so we're going to likely see the healers, Grace and Lyra, split between these two teams. And with that, if you're on the side Tilt Rehab, you have to imagine, all right, you have the opportunity to get that Baron. You might as well at least, like, try to let it get through, maybe with the Idris band that we often see. What I would actually say, though, is you do risk getting the Grace band here, but you could pick Baron first. And this is how you get Baron in the game, is not letting it get through second ban.
That's definitely something they could do here. I do think that Lyra offers too much engage potential, specifically if you went with you can run a lane Glaive and a jungle Kashka and really make life a misery for Baron in the early and mid game. They do take the safe pick and go with the Grace. They'll very likely ban away the Idris or Baron here. It ends up being the Idris.
I think Ardent bans Baron.
I think you have to. The Idris is off the table. I just don't know if Ardent's comfortable enough running a Kashka and a Glaive just from what the compositions that we've seen them run. So they do take off the Baron. They just don't want to deal with it. And I think this is a pretty great opportunity for a flex pick or a Vox. I personally would have liked to see the Kestrel here. Vox is a hero that can scale pretty out of control, but he does have his available counters. For example, Ringo, very good into Vox. Crystal Kestrel, if you can get clean poke down, very good into Vox. So it is a Vox picked up. When paired with the Grace, that is a much safer pick. For Vox at least. It's just hard to say what Ardent is going to do here. I don't feel personally that this team has a very wide hero pool available to them. I think you can definitely go with something like a Kestrel or a Ringo to try to deal with the Vox, and then go with, you have a couple options of your Crystal Jungler. You could go with a Baptiste is okay into this composition. You can really limit the Grace's movement and the Vox's movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's the Baptiste. So definitely a smart pick here. I think it pairs really well with the Lyra, specifically because Baptiste doesn't build a lot of defense, especially in the early game. He will have his own sustain from his Reap perk, and then obviously the Imperial Sigil and the Bright Bulwark will help keep Baptiste in a comfortable position. I think if you are the side of Ardent here, you either go with the Kestrel or Ringo. I mean, there's some potential for a Gwen. It is the Kestrel, though. I do like this pick with the Baptiste. It can make the front line very difficult for Grace. But now, drafting on B-side is just so much easier. You can go with anybody that can outpoke Baptiste, and here it is. It's a Celeste, a Scarf, a Skye. Any of these picks can really just out-trade a Baptiste because they have a range advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen the mages, and specifically the Celeste pick. If it wasn't going into a Baron, I think that absolutely hands down, the Celeste play was really strong last game, but you're just going to be outscaled and out-poked and just blown away by the Baron pick. So not having Baron on the table this time, I think Tilt Rehab's draft, very, very strong. I'd be worried if I was Ardent. You need to come out of the gates hot. You need to apply pressure early and get that snowball moving, because you don't want to let this Tilt Rehab, they just have a way of creeping back up.
They do indeed. And again, this is a team that's been constantly going on to Game 3 and obviously winning Game 3 as time has passed, as they've made it this far into the series. No surprises here. It will be Crowley on the Celeste, Jazville on the Vox. Ardent, obviously, it's going to be a Weapon Kestrel in the lane, the Crystal Baptiste in the jungle. This is going to be a positional thing for both teams. Celeste needs to do a good job zoning, but on the side of Ardent, we need to have some good engages here out of Lyra, specifically past the Grace, so that Kestrel and Baptiste are able to find some damage. You just have to be careful when taking the portal that a core collapse isn't ready on the other side. You have to be ready to block that stun.
Yeah, and this is really going to be a pivotal fight for Ardent to show that they can like just out mechanically play here. They've got the pieces. We are jumping into the game though. Game number 3, our last game of the night, everybody, and we'll be updating you guys on the results of the other series happening off stream. With that, kicking it over to you, Denominate and Tasty Bacon, to get into the game.
All right, here we go. Final game. Winner moves on. The loser will be going home empty-handed. And obviously, neither of these teams are going to be wanting to be put in that situation. So, it all comes down to this, Denominate. And you guys had mentioned the 3-game sets. Actually, hold on. It's another 3-man skirmish to start the game. This time the Treant goes to the side of Tilt Rehab. They're going to be pushing in onto Zen Master Blue now. He's going to take a lot of damage. Very low health on that Batiste to start the game. I don't quite think they're going to be able to find the kill, although Benediction's off cooldown. That's a slow. And it's going to be Ali Peterson nearly taking the kill, but the rest of the team would much rather take the Treant. Now they have Scarred Low. They're going to find first blood here. Can they find more as they keep chasing on through? This is Tilt Rehab just absolutely dominating this early game.
They are, but Ardent is making a incredibly smart rotation here. They decide not to recall. They're not going through the lane. They try to make it to the back and get some farm down. It's going to be a little risky as Grace and Celeste have now recalled, and Grace is obviously very quick. So Zen Master Blue, yeah, they did spot them. Zen Master Blue should really just take the Treant and get out. He cannot stick around here.
Yeah, he's going to get the speed boost from Lyra. It was strange that Ali Peterson went around the long way. Had a chance to maybe steal that Treant, but instead kind of let it go over. And so, 1 Treant, that's all that they're going to get. That is still a very big advantage for the side of Tilt Rehab, as they were able to steal away the entirety of the jungle and get first blood. And now if you look in the lane, Jazzville is putting some good pressure onto Scar underneath this turret. And so it's already 1,000 gold lead just 2 minutes into this game.
Yeah, I think Ali probably spent the time going around just because she's so much faster than Crowley on this Celeste. Maybe was trying to give Crowley a little opportunity to be the first face to come down and then maybe get an ambush from behind. That's the only thing that really makes sense if you're not going to try to secure that camp. Lyra is going to help Shrub be able to, or not Shrub, Scar to be able to sustain here in the lane. But man, what a great start for Tilt Rehab. They are definitely looking like they're not ready to drop out here.
Yeah, they are coming into this game 3 with a vengeance, and we've been talking about how many game 3s they've had. 4 out of 6 of the series that they have played in now have gone to a 3rd game. And that is just an obnoxious amount of games that they've had to play. It just shows that they put so much pressure on their opponents, but also shows that they aren't closing out series themselves, as Crowley gonna narrowly avoid falling and actually pick up the kill onto Zen Master Blue. Excellent save there from Ali Peterson in order to swing that in favor of the Celeste.
Yeah, one advantage that Celeste really has over Zen Master Blue here is Batiste doesn't have any movement abilities, so he can drop the Ordained and keep Crowley into a limited position. But with the slow movement speed of Zen Master Blue, as well as him having to actually come to a stop to cast his abilities, it makes him a really easy target for Core Collapse. And that's really what helps Crowley win out on these trades. By the time the Ordain is dropped, he's stunned, and Crowley kites back a little towards the edge. That Ordain's very likely already dropping, so Celeste wins these 1v1 trades so easily against Batiste, unless if Batiste can get the jump onto Celeste.
They're going to be trying to get that engage off. Maybe an Ordained engage is going to be the way to do it, but that's the trouble for Ardent's composition, is they don't really have a way to hard engage onto their opponents. And because of the range that this Celeste is going to have, she's not going to have to hard engage onto the members of Ardent either. So that's going to be an Ordained coming down, but not going to be enough for a stun, as members of Tilt Rehab just wait it out and get a lot of damage onto Zen Master Blue. And so that's my biggest concern for the side of Ardent in this game, is how are they going to get onto this Celeste? It's really going to require like a portal in or war treads being used in order to get onto her, or just catching her out of position. Other than that, it's there's not really going to be many opportunities for them to get onto this backline.
Definitely not a lot of good opportunity here, especially since if you do portal in, you're obviously susceptible to a lot of utility that the side of Tilt Rehab has put together. There's very likely going to be a core collapse on the other side of that portal, a Holy Nova ready, as well as we have to wait for it. And if you're all grouped up for those 3 abilities, as well as a Solar Storm to follow up, it's really difficult to make a really good engagement here onto Celeste or Vox.
With that said, 5 minutes in to this game, it is still about 1,000 gold lead in favor of Tilt Rehab, which is good news for Ardent. The lead has not really increased at all over the past 3-4 minutes or so. And if you can keep the gold deficit exactly where it is for a few minutes time, that means that you're kind of not actually trailing your opponents at that stage. So even though the gold lead is in favor of the side of Tilt Rehab, they really don't have a lead, as things have been very even for some time now. And Ali Peterson actually going to be face-checking this brush. He's going to get a stun down onto Maurice, but Scar was able to dish out a lot of damage there. Very close to picking up an answer kill.
Yeah, pretty close, and that's kind of the risk on Grace, especially in the early game. Your movement is really your survivability, and again, Scar, Kestrel does so much damage once you complete that Sorrow Blade. They have pushed the lane up, so that is going to be a couple farm now missed for the side of Ardent. Zen Master Blue and Scar are now here to try to make sure they get some ambient as Maurice rotates up. So they're doing a good job of splitting the gold where they need to, particularly onto the carries. It looks like we might be getting ready to have a little bit of engagement if Curly comes up, and here we go, Bacon.
Yeah, that's a big stun onto Maurice. Maurice is just going to get dropped before being able to really react. Got the fountain off, but it was pretty much as they went down, so doesn't really help the team much at all. Ali Peterson is low, but still has all of the utility available, the fountain and the divine interventions. They're going to look for some damage onto Scar, but the core collapse does not connect. And these Helios, though, are really poking out Zen Master. They're going to rotate down, work on this Treant. Jazzville could be in some trouble, trying to get out of the lane. Zen Master's going to come right around, narrowly avoids the core collapse. But now with Maurice the Beast back, they're going to be looking for this fight. They find a lot of damage. Crowley's going to get the fountain to heal him up and the divine intervention. And just like that, Tilt Rehab finds themselves a couple of kills. And now they can put some big pressure onto this turret. Excellent fight from the side of Tilt Rehab.
Yeah, definitely a good timing for them to find some damage down on the turret as well. Jazzville getting pretty low here, but so is Zen Master Blue. That gold lead has now extended a little bit, so definitely looking good for Tilt Rehab. Now 2.5 gold in the lead. Jazzville has completed his tension bow and working towards that breaking point, so he's starting to get to that point that he's going to come online. Scar does not quite yet have the tension bow for himself, so definitely seeing that 2.5k gold in play there. Particularly on this Vox. Again, this build is so cheap and it comes online very quickly because you can get your items pumped out quickly.
Yeah, almost 9 minutes in, and Jazzville working on that final item. Just needs a little bit more gold in order to be able to finish it off too. And it will then just be going fully into the defensive itemization. And with a 5-0 lead, Crowley can get into it with Scar. Scar has the clear advantage though, and is going to be able to find that kill. The first kill for Ardent finally coming through. I'm going to try and turn it into a gold miner as well, but they need to be careful. Jazzville, again, has a lot of damage. He's going to block the Fearsome Shade, but it's not going to matter. It's a kill going over. 3 on 2, but it does stop the gold miner. I'm not sure how worthwhile this is actually going to end up being, but preventing the gold mine from going over, also a full gold payout is pretty big. Solar Storm comes through, but goes wide. Now the gold mine's just going to get taken regardless, so absolutely not worth for the side of Tilt Rehab anymore.
Not worth at all, and that has actually brought the gold lead to essentially nothing for Tilt Rehab at this point. So Ardent found a absolutely beautiful fight there. Obviously, Scar was able to find Crowley in that fight down by the jungle shop. We now have 2 items complete for both of the junglers. Jazzville has completed his breaking point now at this point, and Scar is struggling to find the gold for his Tyrant's Monocle. Obviously, a little bit more expensive of a build for Kestrel.
Kestrel is going to be waiting a little bit longer to get that 3rd offensive item. But now this is going to be Tilt Rehab looking to take advantage of the itemization. Fear's going to come through. It doesn't really affect much. The turret goes down, and now they can look for a full-on fight, but Crowley is just deleted. Jazzville has not been able to answer a kill just yet. Stacking up those breaking point stacks, though. He's taking a lot of damage at the same time. The Ordained comes out, but he finds a kill. Can't quite get the second one. It's just going to be Ali Peterson left, but with the Holy Nova will secure a second kill, making this a 2 for 2. And Ali Peterson's feeling confident going into Maurice, but once the sigil comes down, Maurice is going to take a clear edge there. So a 2 for 2 trade, but the turret going the way of Tilt Rehab.
Turret going the way of Tilt Rehab, and again, it is a 2 for 2 trade. Unfortunately, it looked like Scar clipped 2 basic attacks in that last fight, which very likely would have killed Jazzville, and that gave him just enough time to really trade back even. Ali Peterson did a great job cleaning up that Baptiste there. I'm surprised Zen Master Blue is working into so much offense right now without building in any defense. Again, we talked about having to engage, and we don't really have any survivability on this Baptiste right now.
All right, so 5 to 7 as far as the kills are concerned. A 2K gold lead for the members of Tilt Rehab. And again, if you're Ardent, obviously they don't know what exactly the gold difference is, but they got to be pretty happy with this if they were able to know, as that 1,000 gold lead we talked about from the 2-minute mark, it was 1,000 gold. They have the turret taken down, which is another 1,000 gold, and that is it for the difference. It has not really moved much at all in the past 10 minutes of this game. So Ardent has been doing a solid job of keeping themselves in this game and not allowing Tilt Rehab to run away with it. But this is going to be a big fight. Face checking the brush. It's a lot of damage, however, going on to the Lyra. Not quite enough. A big Fearsome Shade comes out. One shot is going to hit in the Jazzville, but he had the Holy Shield. Solar Storm doesn't quite connect as cleanly as they would have liked. Crowley trying to find some damage. Will hit that Supernova onto Zen Master, which takes him down low. Pretty much everything used there, and everyone's going to walk away from that one. May have lost the nominee temporarily. Hopefully he'll be able to get himself back. Crowley finding a little bit of damage with the Helios. Ordain's going to come out. There's a Bulwark after the portals, but it's going to be Lyra that pays the price. A slow onto Scar, and Scar's going to be falling as well. Can they chase on the Zen Master? It doesn't look like they're going to want to try. The bad mojos will deter them. Gold Miner is going to be a juicy target, though, and should be going down. Zen Master's going to get a little bit crazy here. Tries to get in there, but the stun from the core collapse. Keep him at bay. He's very low. Fearsome Shade comes out. He's going to fear them all up, but it's after the gold mine has already been taken. And so, Tilt Rehab coming out with another little advantage.
Yep, and they are now starting to make that gold lead a little bit more of a difference. We're now sitting at almost 4,000. Jazzville and Crowley rotating to the backs, sharing that ambient gold, trying to make sure Jazzville's able to get some defense. He will have enough gold in his pocket to re-infuse when he needs to do so. Has that Aegis complete and a tier 2 jacket. Still needs to get those boots upgraded though, Bacon. Definitely want to be able to have that available to him, especially with the crowd control available on the side of Ardent, both the Bright Bulwark, the Ordained, as well as potentially getting him a burst past an active camo.
Yeah, that's going to be likely looked at very soon. Still Rehab, they're still able to find these fights, the range that they have. And Zen Master Blue starting to eat a little bit of damage. Nice Supernova there will drop Zen Master down to about half health. He's going to get a little bit of healing. One of the beautiful things about Lyra is it's so difficult to work against when you're a poke-oriented composition, because she can just heal everything right back up. And now Tilt Rehab, you can see, going to be getting some infusions. Waiting to see if Crowley's going to pick one up here. I would assume so. Yep, everyone's infused now on the side of Tilt Rehab. Zen Master also has one, so all 6 players are infused, or at least have an infusion. Ardent finds themselves rotation, but now they got to be careful they don't get caught. Bulwark's going to stop the rest of the engage. Silence coming through onto Maurice. He's going to be getting takedown very low, but so is Ali. Ali's going to survive, dodges out from that one shot, and pops the Fountain to heal up. Fountain and Crucible were not used by Maurice, and that could be big. Ali still has the ultimate and the Echo available, though. Although there goes one ultimate and the Echo, so the ultimate is still available. Jazzville going to try and chase through, but Crowley, Solar Storm, almost takes out 2 members of Ardent. Jazzville still trying to find something. A stun onto the Kestrel is going to result in a kill. Excellent core collapse. Will find one. And now the members of Tilt Rehab going to start working on this Kraken, but Zen Master and Maurice, they're both healthy. They're going to be here to try and contest. Kraken going down very low. You're going to have to be careful that this doesn't get stolen by a bad mojo. Zen Master Blue is lurking. Fearsome Shade comes out, gets blocked, doesn't steal the Kraken. Are they going to try and find this fight? A stun onto Ali Peterson will prevent too much of an engagement. Jazzville is just going to chase down the Lyra, and the portal brings them right into Zen Master. Oh, it's a worst case scenario for Ardent, as Maurice did not get through the portal. Instead, it was just a delivery system for Jazzville. Breaking point stacks built up to get right onto Zen Master. Scar finds one. Isn't going to find that one shot. However, Jazzville and Crowley, they're very low, but Scar is squished. They need to be careful. Core Collapse gets blocked. Solar Storm doesn't connect. Doesn't matter. That's going to be a kill and an ace for the side of Tilt Rehab. With Kraken pushing in, they can get this choke point turret, but they need to be careful if they don't stay too long underneath these turrets. Choke point is going to get worked on. Should be falling. Jazzville's building up breaking point stacks. He's got Zen Master right in his sights, but the fear will stop him from getting the kill. Excellent job by Zen Master to save himself. Crowley takes him low, but doesn't have the ability to finish him off. But the choke point turret is down. Absolutely chaotic sequence of events.
That was pretty crazy there, honestly. It was looking really good for Scar. I thought he was going to be able to find the kills there, but fortunately Vox did get the Sonic Zoom off before the active camo, so those basic attacks still followed him anyway. It was overall a really good fight there for the side of Tilt Rehab. Jazzville definitely committed a little too hard with Crowley being low on energy and no Solar Storm available. Now Ardent is looking to group up and maybe find a better fight. Scar is now at that 4-item Kestrel Spike. And Ali Peterson now has the Metal Jacket complete and should be able to sustain some of those Glimmer shots coming through. I'm just really surprised that Zen Master Blue has waited so long on Baptiste to build any defense, but here we go, Bacon.
I wanted to get that big burst damage, those huge numbers that come out from Empowered Bad Mojos. That's going to be Ali Peterson diving on in, doesn't connect with the Holy Nova, is going to get dropped so low. The team has to run. It's an ordained stun onto Jazzville. There's the Divine Intervention, however. Can they find the damage to look for a kill is the question. They haven't done so just yet. Trying to poke out now. Kestrel going to try and sneak up. Doesn't get in. Bright Bulwark comes out with the portal. Then Master Blue is actually going to be targeted here as he comes through the portal. Solar Storm rips through the team, and this could be just what Tilt Rehab needed. They get one kill. They've got a second. Zen Master is running for the hills. Will be able to get out and recall to safety, and that just might be enough to save one of these turrets. As Zen Master is going to be able to do a lot of damage, and everyone on the side, well, 2 members of the side of Tilt Rehab were low after that Divine Intervention. Now they're all fairly healthy. Stun onto Ali Peterson. The rest of the team wants no part of this, which is rather surprising. I feel like with just Zen Master Blue there, they would have tried to dive in and find a kill and perhaps end the game, but they're going to back off completely. Zen Master Blue successfully saves both of the crystal turrets because everyone on Tilt Rehab, are they going to, I thought maybe they were going to look for the Kraken, but that would have been risky as well. Instead, they're just going to all recall here. What a game this has turned out to be, Denominate.
It's been pretty crazy. The one-shot, one-kill actually comes out thinking the Kraken is being taken. They find out very quickly that is not the case. I do like that Tilt Rehab took the opportunity to recall there, as Curly was very, very low on energy, so he wanted to get back a safe chance to shop where they're not going to get engaged on with a war treads out of Maurice the Beast, and then obviously not having the energy to continue the fight. So definitely smart plays by them, and now they're starting up the Kraken. And realistically, with the way the fights have been going, and that they have everything available, they should win a fight.
Here's some shade to get the block. There's going to be the engage. The silence comes through. It actually connects, and that's going to be Scar. So low. Solar Storm somehow doesn't clean him up, but a Resonance Bounce does. That's going to be the kill, and that means Kraken gets taken. Now with the heal, they're going to be engaged onto Zen Master. They get onto him. That's going to be another kill. And with 2 members dead, even the third now, even if they didn't get that third, it's still very likely going to be the game, with Kraken making her way down the lane. They don't even need the minions at this point. With 20 seconds still on the death timers, they're just going to take these turrets and Tilt Rehab a 4th game 3 of their Challenger Series run, but they will survive once again and live to play another day.
What a exciting matchup there, Bacon. They looked really good coming into that last game. They found a lot of good chain CC with Crowley and Ali Peterson, and even timed it really well with Jazzville in the wait for it. There's just a lot of CC that the side of Ardent had to block. They weren't able to do so, and overall in that last game particularly, they made a lot of really smart engages too. So anytime that Vox was really in a position to 1v1 duel Kestrel, he should almost always win that fight. He should use the Sonic Zoom, should be able to avoid at least one of the Glimmer shots. And, this is a team that's had a lot of upsets along the way. Misfits on day 1, taking down Intensity early today, and now bringing down Ardent. That's, quite a bit of an underdog story.
Yeah, I mean, just to recap, guys, that this team, again, Misfits, a 4 seed. They took down Infinity Rebirth in the last winners bracket, the elimination bracket in group stages. That's an 8 seed. Intensity was a 9 seed. Ardent was a 10 seed. They're really just chalking up these upsets one right after the other. And no doubt about it, Tilt Rehab has come in and meant business. They are the lowest seed to ever make it to day 4, second day of playoffs, the final day, and make it into the elimination bracket final. So a huge story for these guys, these players specifically, unknown to many of us. And Denominate and Tasty, we've been following challengers the last 2 seasons pretty closely. These are guys we haven't seen make it to this level, to this stage before.
Yeah, I think Jazzville for me is the one that I have seen. Crowley and Ali Peterson are a little more on the unfamiliar side to me. They could potentially have been name changes. I just honestly don't have a clear answer for it. I just don't know. But they've had a good performance. So, they've come in and really showed that they deserved a little bit higher of a seeding. Dragonborn.
Yeah, absolutely. No seeding fault here, but absolutely showing up. Huge guy. I mean, this is what it's about, right? Challengers is for where stars are born, where if you have low expectations, low potential, you still have an opportunity to prove yourself. And they've done that today. So, congratulations to all the teams that have won, and good luck to all the teams. I'm really heartbroken to see Ardent leave Denominate. They look so good throughout all of Challengers. They were really performing well, just unfortunately, they going up against really fierce competition. They should feel really good about their performance, considering this roster came together very last minute for this split.
Yeah, again, the roster changes from the last split. There's definitely going to be a little bit lack of synergy.
Absolutely.
Maurice the Beast, the only one really sticking around on this team. So definitely have put on a good showing. They made it very, very far into this Challenger Series for the split number 2. I think going into the next season, if they do stick with this team and continue to practice up until that time, they could be a very strong contender going forward.
We'll have to wait and see, of course. This is the summer season split 2 as we come to a close. Live championships right on our doorsteps. And we've got another day of playoffs to finalize who is going to be going to live championship for the first Challenger Regional Cup Championship. With that, everybody, we're going to say goodnight. It's been a long night here at the VIS desk. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in and watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We start off 5 p.m. Pacific, guys. You're not going to want to miss all the action here at VIS League. Good night, everybody.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.